Welcome everyone to the 5,000 subscriber celebration stream. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm hoping everything is working all right. Cool. Okay, so I had to rush a bit at the last minute there, hence why I'm slightly late, and have not even finished everything that I needed to do. So, yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. I had a few last minute hiccups, so I just had to correct those, hence why I'm late. But, cool, we're here. So, before we massively get into things, I'll allow some time for people to sort of like filter on through. Welcome to everyone who's already watching. So we've got Cami. I know someone messaged, then message isn't showing in the chat anymore, but someone messaged beforehand. So welcome whoever that was. David is in the chat, ribbing me for being late, and antinatalism is in the chat. If you're watching already, please say hello. Van Gogh is in the chat. Taran is in the chat. So welcome to the 5,000 subscriber live stream. So first of all, obviously, if you're not aware already, so this is two things. It is a sort of celebratory live stream for hitting 5,000 subscribers. And so it's like an ask me almost anything. So there's been a form out on my channel for a while now. I can't remember how long, but a while. For people to submit questions. So people have been able to submit questions via that form for free for a while. Submit as many as you want about whatever you want. So all of those questions are in now. If you're trying to use that form, don't use that form. I haven't officially closed it, but it's redundant. Don't try and submit questions via there anymore. So I've got all the questions from there. What else was I going to say? I've just fucking blanked on everything. So yeah, I've got all the stuff from there. The second thing is that this live stream is a fundraiser. So I'm hoping to do more of these in the future, but this is the first one that I'm trying out. So I will explain a bit more of the fundraiser part. What I've put together like a sort of, it's probably pretty nerdy presentation that I'm going to go through things. I'm just waiting a bit for people to filter through. But yeah, and so initially, and I'll explain who we're fundraising for and how it's going to work and all that. So initially, I was going to only do, because it was the first fundraiser, I was going to do £100 and see if people could match it. And I'll go more into more details in a minute, but amazingly, a couple of really generous private backers came and said that they would match it, and actually it was successful enough where I thought I'd push the target up to £300. So we're going to get more into that, but that's what this live stream is. It's two things. It's a celebration for 5,000 subscribers that Ask Me Anything, almost anything, and it's a fundraiser. So one thing that is quite annoying, which I set up last time and I don't know why it's not doing it, is I did have a progress bar for the fundraiser itself up on screen, and I don't know why it's not showing this time. So I'm going to try and figure that out while I'm doing the intro and stuff like that. But I think we can start getting into the presentation. So I'll just say hello to a few more people who have joined the chat. So Anna, welcome to the chat. Haun, welcome to the chat. Sorry if I've said your name wrong. Omri, Soytheist, Dazding, I don't know how to say your whole name, I'm sorry. TY, Bovine Blue Stocking as always, Pariah, and BJ. So I'm going to be keeping somewhat an eye on the chat, not massively. If people are asking questions in the chat for this live stream, because it's a fundraiser and the whole point, is raising money, if you want to ask a question, I'm not going to be answering questions from the chat. So questions have already been submitted by the form. If you want to ask questions now, and I encourage you to, please make a donation to the fundraiser. So I think we can start by going through the presentation. So, and what I'm going to do is I'm also going to try and work out how to get the fundraiser progress bar up on screen again, because it was and now it's gone and I don't know why. Cool. Okay, so like I said, so we're fundraising this live stream. So the charity we're fundraising for is Family Empowerment Media. So I've put some information here on the screen. I'm pretty sure I did put the link in the chat to Family Empowerment Media. Yes, so if you want to see their website and go through all the details and everything like that, go to the description of this live stream and there's a link to their website. So you can get all the full details there. But basically, Family Empowerment Media is an evidence-driven nonprofit that enables informed contraceptive decisions through clear, engaging, and accurate communication. So the headline is that basically what Family Empowerment Media do is the main medium through which they work is through radio-based shows, and essentially what they do that aligns with antinatalism is essentially like, you know, allow people to use contraception in a more informed way, and try and combat stigma around it, which presumably everyone in the chat and watching thinks that's a worthy cause. One of the reasons I picked, well, a couple of the reasons I picked this charity. One, obviously, it aligns with antinatalism, and that's the main topic of the channel. Two, I picked, well, a second one is that it's listed, it's been evaluated by independent charity evaluators as effective. So you can find it listed on like Giving What We Can, which I actually think I have on one of the slides coming up. Who are independent charity evaluators, so you know your money isn't going to waste. But another reason, because someone might be thinking like, oh, why didn't you do like, you know, a hardcore antinatalist you know, group? And the reason is because I think like if you're an antinatalist, you don't have to donate. You can make donations and do things in alignment with antinatalism that aren't explicitly to an explicit antinatalist group. And a lot of the groups that align with antinatalism but aren't explicitly antinatalist have been around longer. They're more developed. They have more infrastructure. They have more backing. They're able to do more stuff. So your money can actually have more impact. I know people are going to say like, how can you measure the impact? Obviously, you can't measure impact to like the most extreme detail where you know everything that's going to happen. But I'm not aware of any explicitly antinatalist group that has been able to be evaluated. But there are charities that align with antinatalism that have and do have a recommendation. So those are a few reasons why I went with this charity. But like I said, this is the first of hopefully many fundraisers. So we'll be able to do more in the future. And if people have a charity they think is worth supporting, and is sort of, you know, at least somewhat relevant to the topic of this channel, please email me about it. You can find my email in the description. So next slide. So another reason I picked this charity is because, so the reasons I've just gone over, those are the reasons that it was listed on Antinatalist Advocacy's website. So if any of you don't know, Antinatalist Advocacy is an antinatalist organization that essentially so was founded by myself and John, who has sometimes been on the channel. And what we're essentially trying to do with antinatalist advocacy is a variety of things, but one of the things is getting antinatalists to sort of be more considered in how they go about trying to create change in the world. And one of the things we've recommended is if people have spare money to donate it to charities that align with antinatalism. So we have a page on the website which focuses on human suffering. There are other cause areas we focus on as well. And the three charities we have listed are Family Empowerment Media, Helen Keller International, and New Incentives. And Family Empowerment Media is one of them. So if you want more information about antinatalist advocacy,
we bring children in this world and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
We already have a donation, and it was super quiet on my end, and I think it was on my headphones. So let's have a look at what this first donation was. So hang on a minute. Let me just bring it up. Let me just bring it back to me. And I don't know why it's not showing on the fundraising
we bring
progress
in
bar.
This world and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Okay, we've had 2 donations. So I'm really going to have to figure out how to get this fundraising bar on screen. But let me just go through these donations so far. So the first one was for £5, and it's from... don't make me have to read this out. I love Lawrence Anton the most. Thank you so much. And the message / question is: pro-life / pro-choice people should work together to tackle the cause of unwanted babies. They can do this with antinatalist adjacent education on the value of life, morals, risk, etc. Do you agree or disagree? Is that an area that antinatalist advocates could explore? So let me read that again. Pro-life, pro-choice should work together to tackle the cause of unwanted babies. Yeah, I think... So there's a difference between what people should do and what, is likely that we can make happen. Oh, we've got it.
We raise them
to be warriors against evil. Okay, all right. I'm going to work on getting this. Thank you so much for the 3rd donation. And the 4th donation to be warriors against evil. Thank you so much for everyone who has donated already. We've just had 4 come in back to back, and it is making me feel highly inadequate that I haven't been able to get this bar on screen. Okay, it's strange because I have the I can look at it from the back end and it's counting progress, but it's just not showing on screen, and I don't know why. It's not hidden. This is bizarre. If anyone is like proficient in Streamlabs, then please let me know why they think this might be happening. But for now, I'm gonna keep trying to look into it, and I'm gonna go through these donations. So this first one was getting pro-life, pro-choice people to work together to tackle the cause of unwanted babies. So I'm sure many of you know, I've already spoken about this before on the channel. The UN released the statistic like in 2022, I think it was, about how 50% of pregnancies worldwide are... Yeah, it's on top of the camera. I'm just replying to David in the... I've done that, and I don't know why. That's why I'm baffled. It's on as showing, it's not hidden, and it's on top, and I've no idea why it's not showing. What I'm thinking I might do actually is I might just delete it and create a new one and see if that works. So we've already had £42.98 donated. Thank you so much, because we've only been going for like less than 16 minutes, about 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start a new one. So please bear with me, everyone. Where's it gone? Fundraising. Here we go. Charity donation goal. Okay, add source. 5K live stream. Boom. You guys are getting to see this as it happens. Okay, cool. Dun. Yep, done. Boom. Okay. Okay, that's bizarre. Why is it not letting me add? Okay, let me answer the question while I'm doing this. Let's see if I can multitask. So yeah, what I was going to say is basically I get where you're coming from. So unwanted pregnancies are obviously something that neither side want, right? So pro-life people would probably prefer to avoid that because you're then not causing pregnancies that may, are unwanted and more likely to be aborted. So a pregnancy that is wanted is probably much more likely not to be aborted than a pregnancy that isn't wanted, right? Because a pregnancy that is wanted, maybe the only reasons you'd abort is because the pregnancy goes wrong, or your circumstances change or something like that, right? But if it's planned, you want the pregnancy, so you're probably going to go through with it. Whereas if it's unplanned, which 50% worldwide are, and as far as we can tell from the data, then it's more likely abortions are going to happen. Yeah, I can understand why pro-life people would want to avoid unwanted pregnancies. Same with pro-choice. Just I can't think of a specific reason why pro-choice people would want to reduce unwanted pregnancies, just beyond the fact of an unwanted pregnancy is not a good situation to be in, for the reasons that I'm sure we can all imagine. So yeah, do I think that and we raise them to be warriors
against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation, Birdie Culture. So one thing I did forget to mention is if you're going to make a donation to the fundraiser, the preference is please do it through the link in the description or the link pinned in the pinned message in the chat, because then I get the money straight away and I can make the donation straight away. Whereas with super chats, thank you so much for the donation, Buddy Coach, really appreciate it. With money from super chats, it takes a while to get to me because YouTube, there's delays and stuff. So yeah, if people could do it through the link in the pinned message, that would be amazing, because then I can make the donation to the charity even quicker. Cool. Okay, so hopefully to that first donation, yes, I agree. I think this is something that they should be able to agree on and work together on. I just don't know if that is the main thing that they are going to. It doesn't have as much emotional appeal. Getting people to practice safe sex in a way where you don't have an unwanted pregnancy is not as sexy as trying to prevent abortions, because there's this whole appeal of trying to prevent abortions for the pro-life crowd of this is a Holocaust, this is a genocide. I don't know if they'd use the word genocide, but like mass killing of all this sort of stuff. And we want to prevent it. This is a moral crime, etc., etc. And then you've got the pro-life crowd are like, they're trying to control our bodies better, all this sort of stuff. Da 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 da. So like the messages around abortion rather than safe sex are much more like sexy and have a much more emotional appeal. So I can imagine it might be hard to get to steer people away from focusing on that and focus on safe sex. I might be wrong on that. But yeah, so those are my thoughts. Yes, I think they should work together on that. Whether they will or not is another question. We then had a donation from Iron Wolf. Thank you so much, Iron Wolf, saying looking forward to this. Thank you so much for the donation. We then had one from Gladys, who did not say anything. Thank you so much. We then had one from Soithius, thank you so much, saying amazing, let's get this started. And then Birdie did a super chat saying, don't know about the charities you mentioned, just want to show support. I only know Stop Having Kids at the moment. Yeah, Stop Having Kids. I actually don't know if they're an official registered charity. I assume they are. I'm not sure actually though. But yes, Stop Having Kids are explicitly antinatalist. Yeah, if you want to look more into it, Birdie, then please check out the link in the description. I'm just going to have one final look at whether I can get this to work. I don't know why it's so bizarre that it's not. Okay, let me try one more time to get this thing going. Okay. I see. I got it. Okay. 5K live stream. Let's hope this works. 300. And we were on 42. Fuck, what was it? 42.98. That was it. Okay. Cool. Start. Boom. Yes, we have it. Can everyone see that? Can everyone see that? I'm going to put it in the bottom. Yes, I think you can. Please put in the chat if you can see that. See the goal on screen. If someone could just let me know, that would be amazing. Yes, you guys can see it. Boom. Okay, all right. Let's get this show back on the road. I've finally become somewhat technically literate. Okay, cool. All right, sorry for that minor hiccup. But let's keep going. Okay, so back onto the presentation. Thank you so much for those donations. We're only 20 minutes in. I've already had some major fuck ups technically, but we're £42.98 in, plus Birdie Culture's super chat, which I'm not exactly sure what that translates to into. Oh, it was for a. I'm not sure what currency that is actually. It's HK, so I'm going with Hong Kong, but I'm not entirely sure. But like I said, thank you for the donation, Birdie Culture. Unfortunately, because it's a super chat, it doesn't add to the total here, but obviously that money will be going to the charity once it comes through. It just takes a while from YouTube. Okay, cool. Right, so we've done this slide. Next slide. So the next thing I was going to say was, if you see some of the charities on Antinatalist Advocacy's website, or you're looking on Giving What We Can, or you want to support Family Empowerment Media, you've just heard about them from this live stream, this fundraiser. You can donate to Family Empowerment Media, obviously directly via their website. But one thing I just wanted to point people towards is, if you create an account on Giving What We Can, you can set up regular donations, monthly donations that just come out to your account, boom, like that. You don't even have to think about it. You can tell it how much. You can add gift aid or the equivalent in your country if that's an option. And it just helps you to do good in the world by donating to causes and charities that you like and appreciate and want to support, and are rated effective by independent charity evaluators. And you don't even have to think about it. This is how I do my... So I do my monthly donations through Giving What We Can's dashboard. Extremely easy. If people wanted to do that, they can do that. Just look up Giving What We Can, and Family Empowerment Media is on there. So how's this live stream going to work? So as I said, the goal is £300. And I will read out what this says, because I know that this is blocking it for the moment. But let me just move that. So obviously most of the questions, or I'm assuming it's going to be most of the questions, there's a lot of them that I'm going to be going through, have been sent in via the form for free beforehand. So I'm going to be going through all of those. But please, throughout, if you have more questions, send in a donation for the fundraiser through the pinned message. and it goes towards the fundraiser, and your question gets bumped to the top of the queue, and I address it straight away. So yes, so donate to the fundraiser. You can add a question to your donation and jump the queue. The link is in the description and in the pinned live chat. And like I said before, all donations up to £300 will be matched. They will be doubled. So if we hit £300, which is the goal, then that's doubled to £600. And that whole £600 is then given to Family Empowerment Media. So obviously, I'm hoping we hit £300, but if we don't hit £300, it will still get doubled and go to Family Empowerment Media. It's just £300 is what it's matched up to. So if you really want to, maximize your donation, let's go to £300. Raise them to be warriors without evil, against evil. Thank you so much again for the donation. And this one, the message is, no question, I just enjoy seeing your flow disrupted. Thank you for that, whoever that is. And that is from I Love Lawrence Anton even more. Thank you so much for making me read out these really cringy names. Cool. Okay. So another thing I wanted to say was, I haven't been promoting them that much because I just, it hasn't been at the forefront of my mind. I should, I know. But, and I'm going to just turn the fundraiser thing off for a minute so that you can see. So some of you may remember there was some t-shirts I had printed. They have been selling. If you want one, they are linked in, they should be linked in the description. Yes, if you want to buy one of these t-shirts, Antinatalist Social Club t-shirt, then you can get it. It's linked in the description. It should be obvious where it is. But out of everyone who donates today to the fundraiser, if you donate, doesn't matter how much, if you donate to the fundraiser, you get entered into a random draw with a chance to win one of these t-shirts. So once the fundraiser has finished and the live stream is over, I will be going through the list of people who did make a donation, and I will randomly pick one. I promise I will not be biased, do something like that. And someone randomly will win one of these t-shirts, and I will ship it out to them. They don't have to pay for anything. I cover the postage and stuff like that. They will just obviously need to let me know their address and the name to put on the parcel so that I can send it out to you. We have just had another super chat
in this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
This one is from Jalen. Thank you so much, Jalen, for $5 and says, will LGBT have less rights in the future? Well, I don't have a crystal ball. I have no idea. I think it depends on a variety of things. It depends on the country you're in, depends what time frame you're talking about, as in the future, depends which LGBT or T you mean. They are different groups. Sometimes they're treated differently from each other. So it really depends. If you're looking at somewhere like, Russia, for example, they're coming down hard on, what they call like LGBT propaganda. So I mentioned in a video I did recently on their crackdown on child-free propaganda that with their LGBT crackdown, someone was, I think, arrested and fined. They were definitely fined, but I presume they were arrested as well and then maybe released later, but I'm not as sure on that. But they were fined for wearing rainbow earrings. So yeah, it depends on the country. Some countries will over time become more open and liberal. Others may, take backward steps, become more conservative, authoritarian. But I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't make, accurate speculations. But thank you so much for the donation. Just a reminder, the money in Super Chats will go to the charity. But as a reminder, the preference is to donate via the link in the message, the pinned message, because I get the money quicker so I can give it to the charity quicker, and less of a cut is taken. YouTube takes quite a big cut of donations, so less of the money will go to the charity. But thank you so much for the donation, Jalen. Cool. Yes. So anyway, like I was saying, anyone who makes a donation, so everyone who's already made a donation so far, you guys are already entered to potentially win one of these t-shirts. But if you want to buy yourself one, because I still have some left, then you can do so with the link in the chat. Okay, right. Let's turn the fundraiser back on and let's continue. So now we are getting on to the questions. So let me change screen. So I've done it like this. So hopefully you guys should be able to see me on the right-hand side and the questions on the on your left-hand side, and we've got the fundraiser. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move the fundraiser over to my side so it doesn't block any of the questions. And we can get cracking. So as a reminder, all of these questions came in through the form, so they were submitted free. People could send them, as many as they wanted on any subject. But if you want to if you want to ask a question now, please make a donation and to the fundraiser, and it will get shot to the front of the queue. I'll answer it straight away. Before we get into these questions, one thing I will say is, so people sent in questions, all of them have been added here. So I transferred them from the form onto here. I've only removed a few of them, and the reasons were, one of them no, how many were there? I think actually there was two that it was the same question. So I've merged a couple of questions. If someone had already asked it, then I wasn't going to put the same question in twice. So cool. Let's get into it. So the first question is from Bovine Secretions, and it is, what is your favorite midstream snack? So I don't know if I can say this is my favorite, and we've just had another donation come through. And you know what? I actually haven't, sorry, let me go back here. I haven't got the donations thing on this screen yet, so I don't think that one came up. But just very quickly, sorry, Bovine, I will get back to your question. So we've just had another donation through from, actually, I think it may have been anonymous, so I won't say. But this one was for £10. Thank you so much. There was no message left. So thank you so much for the donation to the fundraiser. I think that means, so I'm going to be really shit at maths live on air, but 300, so we're 1/6 of the way through the fundraiser already. We've just gone over 50. Oh, it has a percentage already, so we're nearly at 20%. Nice. Cool. Okay, so what is your favorite mid-live stream stack? So I don't know if this is my favorite mid-live stream stack, but it's my go-to are two things. The first, so obviously if I'm doing a live stream, I have been known to before, but I try not to have like crunchy stuff that makes noises. So my go-to is either Huel or a smoothie. So I have a smoothie for breakfast pretty much every day. Not every day. Sometimes I have like muesli, or sometimes I have two breakfasts actually, to be honest. But yeah, so I have a smoothie every day. If I don't have it for breakfast, I can often have it later in the day. And if I'm having a stream, I have it during the stream often. So you'll sometimes see me drinking stuff in stream. That's usually a smoothie, or it's Huel. If anyone doesn't know, so Huel, I don't know how popular it is internationally, but it's quite popular here in the UK. And it's basically a meal replacement drink. Just powder, water, shake it up, and yeah, you have just a bit of a boost throughout the day. I wouldn't live on it, but it just keeps you topped up, and yeah. So I would say that, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, if I had a perfect world and I could eat anything on stream, obviously I'd go for something more extravagant. But in terms of actual reality, it's probably Huel and a smoothie. Speaking of, not that this is a snack, but I'm just going to have some water. So, next question from Stan. When is your OnlyFans?
In this world, and we raise them
to be warriors against evil. We've had another donation through. So, I'm not sure. What I'm going to do is when donations come through, you guys can put a name in. So I see the name of the name you've put in, and whether it's real or fake or whatever, but it doesn't come up. And I don't know if people want stuff revealed. So if you would like your name read out so we know, everyone knows who the donation is from, put it in the actual question you ask or the message you leave. Otherwise, I don't want to read out people's names in case they don't want them public. But so this one, thank you for the donation. So the question is, how would you refute this argument? Creating a new life will necessarily make the world a better place, and doing so would be parallel to pulling the lever in the trolley problem, which is arguably the more utilitarian thing to do. So it obviously depends. Well, so how would I refute this argument? So I'm assuming I'm talking to a utilitarian, because obviously someone could push back on non-utilitarian grounds, but I'm assuming those wouldn't fly if you're talking to a utilitarian. So to be honest, I don't think it's necessarily on the antinatalist straight away to refute that argument. The person kind of needs to lay out why creating someone is going to make the world a better place. Like, obviously, I've heard many arguments like that before. They come in different flavors.
Children in this world,
and we raise them
to be warriors against evil.
Thank you for the donation. I will get to it, but I'm just going to address this first one. So yeah, it will depend on the flavor. So you have, vegans who make a vegan argument of like, we need more vegans to, bolster the animal rights movement, or you just have general people that say we need more humans to support the elderly or drive innovation or whatever. You have other people who say we need to have babies to displace wild animal suffering, and you have these long-termists who say we just need to have children because it's a good thing to bring people into the world, so we can this idea of bringing trillions of people into existence in the future that we masturbate over can be realized. So there are a whole range of flavors that this thing can. This argument can form, it can take. And honestly, I don't feel like I can adequately answer your question without knowing which of those, because it's like how you refute that argument is going to be determined on how they think that's making the world a better place. But one general point I can make is that do we want to normalize the significant imposition of suffering and death on people for a benefit that we are cannot be 100% sure of? Often it's speculative. It can have some evidence behind it, or some data backing it up. But essentially what we're asking people to do is impose significant harm and then death on someone who someone who's going to be very close to them, for this sort of general realized gain of the world being a better place. If someone is willing to do that, then that's their ethical system. I don't know how I'm going to be able to convince them out of doing that. All I'd say to them is just, are you willing to do that to existing people? There have been so many movements that have been willing, like communism, that have been willing to impose massive amounts of suffering on people for this, better world that they say, it will create. So yeah, it's like, it would depend on how this person thinks it makes the world a better place, but also, are we willing to impose this level of harm and death on people for creating what we perceive as a better world, that may not even be guaranteed? You don't know that action you're taking is actually going to lead to the consequences that you think it will lead to. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but the certainty is that you're imposing the harm and death. The speculation or the uncertainty is that it will provide some greater benefit. And it's up to each of us to make the actions we're going to make. So yeah, but if someone's willing to do that by creating a new person, then I think they should be, willing to bite the bullet of they would also do that to existing people, which I think is a much harder bullet to bite. So yes, let's move on. So the next one, thank you so much for the donation. So this one says, let's hope that the prevented human births don't increase the population of wild animals. In any case, I love seeing you promote effective charities and crucial causes. I hope to see you reach 5 million subscribers before the end of the month. Thank you so much for the support. I also have the same wish as you. I know that often people come to antinatalism feeling like it's in tension with a concern for wild animals. I completely get their concern. I also care about the topic of wild animals and their lives. And yeah, I don't know, if the data is strong enough for us to really make concrete enough statements such that we can impose the level of suffering on someone to create them and feel justified. But I do hope that we live in a world where if you don't procreate, it isn't going to cause those negative externalities. So I agree with you there. I care about both issues. Cool. Okay. Thank you so much for the donation. Let's get back to the questions from the forum. So from Stan, when is your OnlyFans going live? Let's say we've just got to keep it between me and you, Stan. Let's leave it at that. Thank you so much for the question. So the next one is from Vegan Girl 2042. Hi Lawrence, do you think there is actually such a thing as a pro-natalist vegan? Reproduction is never vegan in my opinion because creating a new life guarantees harm towards animals since even us vegans harm animals. And just to add on to that, obviously there's also the risk that if you create someone, all of us are guaranteed to harm animals in some way, but there's the risk that if you create someone, even if you're a vegan, they may not be a vegan. So it's like, you're running the risk of basically killing someone who's going to murder a bunch of animals. So to answer your question, I completely understand like your concern and why you have that view. I don't go as far as to say that if a vegan has had a child or is pro-natalist, I'm not going to revoke their vegan card. I understand, like, I also think that they're being reckless with the lives of animals, especially in terms of, you running the risk of creating someone who's going to be a non-vegan and lead to the death of a lot of animals. But I can see why that has friction with vegan ethics and a concern about animals, but I don't go as far as to remove someone's vegan card. So I do think that there is such a thing as a pro-natalist vegan, but because I just don't want to bicker about labels. But I would have disagreements with them and I would argue them, and I have argued many pro-natalist vegans before. So thank you so much for the question, Vegan Girl 2042. This is from Serious Question. What to do with carnivorous pets like snakes? Many animals need to be killed to feed one of them, so wouldn't it be more ethical to kill the pet? So I know this has been somewhat of a topic of discussion in antinatalist circles, although I don't know how big, but it's been a sort of, medium level source of controversy in the vegan world. My view on it is that if you are looking at it from a purely ethical perspective, I 100% get where the people are coming from of like all pets need to be vegan, etc., etc. And I agree. If you have a companion animal and you can feed them a vegan diet, then do that. I think you should do that. If you have a companion animal that cannot be vegan, often this can be with cats. I know cats can be vegan, but it can depend on the cat, and there'll be other animals like snakes is the example in the question. I completely understand the ethical argument, and I'm not going to argue against it. I don't have a companion animal, so I'm not in this situation where I have to make this decision, although I have looked after animals in the past and had to make this decision. But I think it's a unreasonable standard to say to people that they have to kill members of their family because the members of their family have to be cannot be vegan. I think that's I understand the ethical arguments and I'm sympathetic to them, but I think that's a completely unreasonable standard to hold people to. I'm like, it's with great sadness that those animals survive at the cost of other animals. I 100% get that. But I think it's a completely unreasonable standard to, expect people to go around and kill animals and kill their members of their family. Like, a companion animal is a member of your family. They may not be human, but they're still a member of your family, and it's just completely unreasonable to expect them to kill members of their family. So that's my view on that. If people want to disagree, I'm happy to disagree with people, but that's my view. Thank you for the question. Elias, do you currently have a partner? And if she is female, how do you contracept? I mean, I did say ask me almost anything, but so yes, I have a partner. She is a female, and I have a vasectomy. So there you go. Bang, bang, bang. Willie Pillar, here we go with the joke names. And I think I know who submitted this one. So,
in this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. This one is from Anna. She has put her name in the message, so thank you so much for thinking of that, Anna. So, Anna has asked 2 questions, but is not sure she'll be able to stick around until then. Congratulations on the 5,000 subscribers, and keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Anna. Yes, I mean, there's a bunch of questions, so obviously this live stream will be up to watch, back. So if you can't stay for the whole thing, I will get to your questions whenever I get to them, because I'm going through the whole thing. But yes, you can watch it back and see what I say to your questions. But thank you so much for the donation, Anna. And we are £20 away from £100. So let's see. For me, it's 12 minutes to 3 o'clock. So let's see if in the next 12 minutes we can get to £100. So we can get £100 within the first hour of the stream. And yeah, let's see if we can do that. Hopefully there's someone out there that can make that donation in that time, and we can get to £100 in the first hour. Cool. So Willie Pillar, you know what that reminds me of? So there's this show in the UK. I don't know if it's still going, but it's called The Chase or The Chaser. And it's with, what's the guy's name? There's a host. Is he called Bradley something? I can't remember his name, but basically, anyway, whatever his name is. But anyway, so it's a game show, and basically you get asked questions, and if you get the question right, you move forward, and blah 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 blah. Anyway, so the production team on it that put the questions together sometimes put joke questions in, like they're legitimate questions, but they're just funny to make the Bradley Walsh, I think is his name. I might have that wrong though. And they put them in to make him laugh, and he goes for it every time, and it's so funny to watch him crack up on television over these questions. There's compilations of him on YouTube, but Willie Pillar reminded me of him cracking up. But anyway, so have you had a chance? If you had the chance to rule the world, would you be a dictator and force everyone to stop procreating? And I should have filled up my water before we started. Fuck. So would I be a dictator? No. Well, mixed. So what I would do is I would use my power as a dictator initially to put in a, hopefully reliable and sensible form of government with multiple branches that can hold each other accountable, so that I'm not a dictator. But I would use my initial dictatorial powers to do that, because me being a dictator just wouldn't go well. I feel like there are things that I would want to force through. And, maybe I actually would do that if I had the power. But I also know my own limitations, and I'm not like a messiah or a guru or anything like that. So I know I'm not competent enough to run a country. So I'm not even fucking competent enough to run this live stream. So no, I wouldn't be a dictator because I know my limitations. And even if I was a dictator, would I force everyone to stop procreating? No, I wouldn't. I just think, like, yes, I care about not bringing other beings into the world, but I also care about things like bodily autonomy. And the amount of government authoritarianism you would actually need to be able to stop people from procreating like that is insane, and it would be unethical. So no, I wouldn't. But let's go to the next one. Thank you so much for the question. So Christian Cam, at which age did you become antinatalist? 20 years old. So that was 7 years ago. I'm 27 now. Chris Peacock, which I think is supposed to be Crispy Cock. Do ghosts have teeth? I think, wasn't that one asked in the first Ask Me Anything I did at 1,000 subscribers? I don't know what I answered then, but I think the jury is still out. Angel, no matter what we do, suffering will always exist somewhere else or sometime else, even if we achieve extinction. This makes me hopeless. Look, I totally get where you're coming from. Like, I think, suffering in the world is a Pandora's box that's been opened. It's never going to be closed, I don't think, until something cosmic happens, like the heat death of the universe or whatever. But suffering is not something that humans are going to be able to solve. I don't think anyway. I think it's a pipe dream to think we would. So I get where you're coming from. Like, this feeling of hopelessness can come from contemplating stuff like that, but you just got to remember, like, you're just one person. Like, I know, like, people, some people are empaths and they just can't help
children in this world,
and we raise them to be
warriors against evil.
Thank you for the donation. So do you meditate? So I have in the past. I don't currently. It's something that I know I should do daily. I have done courses on meditation. One course was specifically on meditation. The second course involved meditation. It was at a Buddhist center. But yeah, I used to regularly go to a Buddhist center in London. I haven't been regularly going for quite a while now, just because to be honest, it wasn't my priority, and I just fell out of the habit. But I did really enjoy going. So, maybe in the future I'll do that again. But yeah, so for a time I was meditating regularly when I was doing stuff like that. But now, no, I don't meditate regularly now. But I do. I am sort of like in contact with a lot of. Well, that's a weird way of saying it, but I like watch stuff around meditation. So I'm like in contact with that sort of dialogue, or that sort of discourse. And I find it super interesting. And I think if more people meditated, the world would be a better place. But do as I teach, not as I do, sort of thing. So no, I don't meditate regularly, but I know I should do. Going back to but thank you so much for the donation. So going back to Angel's question. So yeah, I can understand like this feeling of
children in this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. So we haven't reached 3 o'clock where I am, and we've gone past £100. So we're now just past a third of the way to the goal, and we haven't even done an hour. So thank you so much, everyone. So, and especially thank you to whoever sent in this donation. So their donation was £18.88, and they say, thank you for your dedicated work and balanced perspective. Your content has been a great help and comfort, leading me to take the donating pledge via your charity's dedicated video. That's great. Thank you so much for letting me know that. I'm glad I've had that sort of impact. If you are happy to share at some point, even just email me what charities you decided to donate to, I'd be super interested to hear. But they finished by saying, shout out to wildanimalsuffering.org. Yes, shout out to that website. It's a great website. It's very informative. Yeah, if anyone wants to learn more about wild animal suffering, there are a bunch of places you can go, but wildanimalsuffering.org is a good place, and it's a worthy cause. Thank you so much for the donation. So, yes, back to the question. So, yes, look, I get this sense of helplessness sometimes as well. I completely get that. Look, the world is fucked. And we as individuals and even as organized groups only have a limited capacity to create positive change. And we've just got to remember that, I actually have on my bookshelf Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, and I haven't read it yet. My uncle got it for me. And I believe, obviously, he's related to Stoicism and, talks about that sort of thing. And I believe one of the things in Stoicism is this idea that we have to be aware of our limited capacities, and for us to constantly be mulling over the things beyond our capacities and our control can cause us suffering. And I think this is often what we can do when we're thinking about trying to reduce suffering. We can think about all these grand scale things in the universe that are wrong and unfortunate, and we can't really do much about. And it causes inner anxiety with us. So I don't say forget that stuff. I don't say not think about it. I think about it all the time. But, and I know it's easier said than done, getting to a place where you can remove your emotions from those considerations is a better place to get to. And yeah, just remember each of us have limited capacity. But if you're able to, with the capacity you do have, create positive change by donating or doing direct work and whatever you want to do, on whatever cause you want to do it on, then you're doing a fuck sight better than most people, because most people don't actively think about how they can make the world a better place. They just live their lives. And I'm not necessarily saying there's anything strictly wrong with that. I think everyone should be doing stuff to make the world a better place.
We bring children in this world and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. And it just says, loving this. I'm glad you're loving this, and thank you so much for the donation towards the fundraiser. So yeah, I don't think there's anything necessarily strictly wrong with people just living their lives. Like, look, at the end of the day, none of us chose to be here. So it's sort of unfair to put these burdens on people. But if we do have the capacity to make a positive change in the world, I think we should do. So if you are doing that, Angel, then you're doing a fuck sight better than most people. So, remember that, next time you're thinking about these issues. But thank you for the question. Tim Cock. I feel like that is a joke name, but I can't think, apart from the fact it just has cock in it, I can't think of how that is a joke name. Okay, so what's your favorite skin in Fortnite? So I've never played Fortnite, so I don't have a skin, let alone a favorite one. So I'm sorry I can't answer that question, but yeah, I've never played Fortnite. I know I think skins are either for your character or for your weapons usually. The only time I've ever played around with skins on any game, that sounds like an innuendo, was on Call of Duty when I used to play it when I was a teenager, and you could change the skins on your gun. But no, I have never played Fortnite, so I don't have an answer to that. Sorry, Tim Cock. How many times am I going to say cock this stream? Josh, do you believe in afterlife? Do you reject spiritualism? Do most antinatalists lean towards materialism and atheism? So there's a few questions there. Do I believe in an afterlife? No, I don't have a belief that there is an afterlife. I'm agnostic on it. If there is one, there is one. I've not heard any convincing argument that there is one, or I've not seen any evidence that there is one. But ultimately, who knows? I can't confirm either way, but I don't think there is one. Not to say I think there isn't one, but I remain neutral. Do I reject spiritualism? Look, I don't vibe with a lot of the woo-woo stuff in spiritual circles, but I don't like to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So with a lot of stuff, there's some good stuff surrounded by a lot of bullshit. That's the same with all sorts of stuff, So with spiritualism, I think there are some good practices and ideas associated with spiritualism, meditation being one of them, mindfulness being one of them, this sort of stuff.
In this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
And yoga being one of them, just like physical exercise, moving your body, stretching, stuff like this. This stuff all tends to be associated with spiritualism. All those stuff seem to be good, right? But they often wrapped up in this sort of bullshit woo-woo stuff, which I don't vibe with. I don't berate people for going in for that stuff, but I just don't vibe with it. So I reject some, take some of it. Do most antinatalists lean towards materialism and atheism? Who knows? There's never been any massive surveys on this, so we don't know. My vibe is yes, they probably do. But thank you for the question, Josh. We have another donation. Thank you so much for the donation for £10, which is getting us nearly to £120 and nearly to 40% of the fundraiser. And this one says, how do the ongoing resource depletion, environmental, climatic, and political collapses of global civilization intensifying the antinatalist imperative? Which is the greatest impending ongoing loss? Knowledge, infrastructure for quality of life, freedom. So I'm going to have to break this one down because there's a lot there. So how did the ongoing resource depletion intensify the antinatalist imperative? Yes, so there are obviously many things going on in society. You've got climate change, other things going on with the environment. You've got AI, you've got, obviously increasing conflicts. You've got geopolitical tensions, loads of stuff, right? It's almost a perfect storm coming together. You've got social media, which is, it has benefits, but it also seems like a sort of this experiment being run on everyone. It's sending people batshit crazy. Yes, I think it intensifies the antinatalist imperative just in that there are more harms for that you're exposing someone to when you create them. So there are more harms in the here and now that you'd be creating them. Well, here's the thing. Not everyone will be exposed to any of these things in equal measure. So it's hard to say, who, what, where harms people are being exposed to. Obviously, there are general ways that the sentient condition is. My latest video on how your life is worse than you think goes into that. So these are things that kind of like we all share in as negative aspects of life. Obviously, like the details, of like malnourishment or a specific disease, this can vary across people. So it's the same thing that this question is talking about with resource depletion and the environment and stuff like that. Different people are going to be differently impacted. So I think in general, it intensifies the antinatalist imperative because your child could be exposed to those harms, so it provides additional reasons. But also, I think the main thing is the future potential for things to go very, very badly. Not everyone thinks that climate change is massively severe. A lot of people think that it's going to be devastating. A lot of people think that actually it's overblown. So, the sort of the imperative you feel it brings to you with regards to antinatalism is going to depend on your views on these things. But what I would say is for everyone, the risk of it being very badly, even if you think climate change or AI or whatever isn't actually going to be as bad as some of the, the doomers as you may see them say it is, you also don't have a crystal ball into the future. So it actually could be as bad as they're saying. Maybe you don't think the evidence supports it, but maybe you're missing something that they've got, or maybe you're looking at a model that doesn't have adequate inputs into it or whatever. And so just the risk that the future could be much, much worse. And also there does seem to be a bit of like a sort of event horizon type thing where we can't see over it, especially in terms of AI. So I think that also adds to everyone, this risk that actually you just don't know what the future is going to be like, and it could be much better. I don't think that provides a reason for you to create a child, but it could be much worse. And I think that does provide a child for you not to create a child. So I think that's how it sort of interacts with the antinatalist point of view. And then the question is, which is the greatest impending ongoing loss? So honestly, it's really hard to tell. The most hype at the moment or before has been around climate or the environment. That's kind of faded away a bit in terms of, its presence. AI has now kind of taken over and it's more dominant in discussions. Which I think is the biggest? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that in any informed way. I would just be pulling an answer out of my arse. So yeah, I can't say, but I don't think any of them are necessarily going to be guaranteed to be amazing. Obviously, the things going on with the environment, they're obviously going to be bad to whatever degree it will be. It's going to be negative. AI could be positive, could be negative. Who knows? Yeah, I've got to say, I can't give an informed answer on that. I'd just be pulling stuff out of my arse. But thank you so much for the donation and the question. Cool. So Dalla, I think that antinatalism logically leads to promortalism. So there's a couple things about this. I mean, antinatalism is, in my eyes, is just the view that it's morally wrong to bring sentient beings into existence. There are different motivations people will have. So I'm not entirely convinced that all of the motivation... Actually, there might be some motivations people have for antinatalism that I haven't heard of. But out of all the motivations I've heard people giving for having antinatalist positions, I can't think of any that I think logically lead to a promortalist position. But I know some cases have been made. And not all of them I fully looked into. The ones I have haven't convinced me yet. Or I should say haven't convinced me. But it may be the case that certain motivations people have for being antinatalist could commit them to promortalism, but that wouldn't mean that all antinatalists that doesn't mean that every antinatalist has to be a promortalist, if you get what I mean, because they may use different arguments to buttress their antinatalist position than this person over here who is committed to promortalism, if you get what I mean. So I've got to say I disagree. I don't think they like necessarily do like the motivations, but some may. But people would have to make that case, and I'm open to people making that case. Cool. Next one. Wait, did I miss one? No. This one's from Sana, I think is how you'd say that. Will you ever make a TikTok account and post stuff on there? I feel like it'd help the message, help spread the message. I have had so many people tell me to make a TikTok account. There is no particular reason I haven't made one. I just have not got round to it. And also, I just have this innate, I don't know why, but I just have this innate resistance to going on TikTok because I just associate it with negative stuff. But I know it would be better if I made one. So at some point I will make one. I'll tell you something. So people may know that I manage the project of the Antinatalist Handbook. So if you don't know what that is, go in the description of this live. There's a link to it there. It covers... the main thing is that it takes common or just general arguments people make against antinatalism, and it provides responses to those. There's also a separate section with some of the arguments for antinatalism. That project is currently getting updated. So I'm currently working on an update for that project. So I'm going through, doing everything again, editing it, making it better. I don't know when that is out. For a while, I'd only made a small amount of progress. In the past week, I've actually made a lot more progress because I've been focusing on that. That's one of the things I've been focusing on in the past week. So I've actually made quite a lot of progress. It's not finished yet. I'm not nearly finished, but I have made a lot of progress. But once I've done that and I've got the updated stuff, I am planning to make video versions of them, and they should be short videos that I can then put on TikTok. So who knows, maybe that'll be the first thing I get on TikTok. But thank you for reminding me again, Sana. Next question. Cool. Next question is from Natural is Ted, brackets Ted Boller. What are your thoughts on generic subjective continuity? Another question, how can not existing be better if you already didn't exist yet a life was still imposed? Since you already didn't exist, and if not existing is the answer, then why didn't Why didn't not existing stop a life from being imposed? Clearly, not existing is incapable of stopping a life from being imposed. So if this life were not being the one imposed, I think that's supposed to be if the life had not been the one imposed, then some other one would have been thoughts. So, I think there are two parts to this. So, one, this could be in reference to the origin of life. And the second thing is it could be just in reference to general creation of lives by already existing lives. So, because the general idea being said here is that, none of us existed, and the fact that none of us existed didn't prevent us from not coming into existence because we now exist. To me, I actually don't see what point this question is making, because our existences, such as mine and anyone watching, are brought about by already existing beings. So, antinatalists aren't saying that non-existence is going to prevent, like the non-existence of someone is going to prevent new beings from coming into existence, unless we're talking about if there was no beings in the universe, which we'll get to. But if we're talking about a universe where there are beings in the universe that will replicate, then I feel like this kind of misses the point, because what antinatalists are saying is there are existing beings bringing into existence new beings who didn't exist before, and they shouldn't be doing this. So yes, non-existence didn't prevent those beings from coming into existence because they were brought into existence by non-existent beings, but antinatalists are trying to address the root cause of it, which is the existent beings. So hopefully I've addressed that part. The other part is, well, someone could say, okay, well, but in a universe where there was no beings or sentient beings, like before a life originated, that didn't stop life originating. And then beings came into existence, sentience arose, and this sort of stuff. And yes, that's true. I mean, I'm not saying that if a universe doesn't have any life in it, life can't arise. Obviously it can, because we're here. So this would be a silly point for me to make. This is not a point that I am making, or I feel like any antinatalist has made, or that antinatalism makes. The point is that given that there are beings in existence, and some of them are moral agents choosing to bring other sentient beings into existence, they should not be doing that, and we are going to try and convince them or influence them in other ways not to do that. So, yeah, I feel like the question this question gets asked a lot by this particular person, and I think I've maybe seen one or two other people, but I feel like it just like generally misses the point of what antinatalism is trying to get at. The fact that someone didn't exist and then came into existence and was created by a moral age, or was created by an existing being, this question doesn't seem to really come into sort of like meaningful contact with that, in my view. If I've misunderstood it, someone can email me or blah, blah, blah. But thank you for the question. Regardless, Naturaliz Ted. Next question. Anita Goodshag. So I need a good shag. So does your gravy lack swimmers, or do you fire blanks? So if anyone doesn't know, this is a crass way of basically saying, do you have a vasectomy or not? So yes, I have a vasectomy, and I am firing blanks. Miguel Alonso, why do you think so many antinatalists are not vegans? It seems obvious to me that if you think human lives are bad, then farm animals also have bad lives, so we should not bring them into existence. I do not want to be offensive, but this really bothers me when I see arguments about veganism from antinatalists, and Benatar is a vegan. So yes, I mean, farm animals have much worse lives. I mean, they have bad lives, but they have much worse lives than humans. Yes, I mean I agree. One of the videos that I've made some notes for, and I need to get around to making, is about where I think veganism fits in the world of antinatalism. But yes, I mean, so a very brief overview, but I will go into more detail in the video that I'm going to make. But I don't necessarily think antinatalism logically commits someone to veganism. Again, it depends on the motivations and all this sort of stuff. But I think veganism, there are strong links between them, and veganism should be seen as a norm in the antinatalist community. It should be highly encouraged, because if you think it's unethical to bring humans into existence, I fail to see why you wouldn't think it's also unethical to bring other animals into existence, especially, like you say, Miguel, they have much worse lives. Thank you for the question. I'm just going to turn this light on.
Children in this world, and we raise them to be
warriors against evil. Thank you so much for the donation. And what I'm actually going to do is, because I've realized that you guys probably can't see the donations, is I'm going to bring them over to the side of my face so that then it's not text on text. So yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, I've just put the light on because it's getting dark here in the UK. Thank you so much for the next donation. So we have I Love Joy Division. I've got She Passed Away, Kaylan, Mikla, Lebanon, Hanover, Boy Harsher, I'm not sure how to say that next one, and Guilty Pleasure, Angelina Mango on my playlists. I actually don't think I know any of those music artists, so I'll have to check some of them out. What's the antinatalist stance on the revocation of women's rights? Does forced birth is rape make sense? Does forced birth is rape make sense? I don't necessarily understand that, but what's the antinatalist stance on revocation of women's rights? I'm not entirely sure which women's rights are being spoken about here. What I'm thinking is maybe you're talking about if like there was an extreme form of government-backed authoritarian antinatalism that was forcing people to not be able to give birth and controlling their autonomy, bodily autonomy. This would be removing rights from women, either in forced sterilization or forced abortion, something like that. I'm not sure if that is what you're getting at. Maybe I've misunderstood, but yeah, I don't obviously I don't agree with those things. I don't think those things should happen. Yeah, maybe I've misunderstood though, but yeah, I don't think there's any inherent conflict between being antinatalist and women's rights. But yeah, sorry if I've misunderstood there. Next question. Dixon Cider, which I think is supposed to be Dixon Cider. Who was that handsome bald guy you had on your channel, the one with the blue eyes?
Well, and we raised them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you for the donation with a clarification. Sorry, I meant the USA forcing births. Right, okay. So I think what's meant here is the changes in the laws around abortion in the USA, where in certain places abortion is restricted, and so women will be forced to continue a pregnancy they may not want to. So what is the antinatalist stance on that? I don't think there is necessarily an antinatalist stance, because obviously antinatalists are against bringing beings into existence, but there's disagreement amongst antinatalists on when a being is brought into existence, and so there's a disagreement over whether abortion is acceptable, or whether abortion prevents someone from coming into existence or kills someone who's already in existence, if you get what I mean. So obviously, like, Benatar takes the pro-death or pro-abortion view, where before sentience arises, you should abort. After sentience arises, It's a bit more complicated. You've got people like Julio Cabrera who are against abortion but are still antinatalist. So I don't think there necessarily is an antinatalist position, but antinatalists tend to be more liberal on abortion. So generally, you'd probably find antinatalists are more pro-abortion on that stance. I am very quickly going to go and fill up my water because I was a twat and didn't fill it up beforehand. But I will be right back. I am going to be literally 30 seconds. I'll be right back with you in 30 seconds. And he's back. Okay, let's continue. So, boom. Okay. Let's continue. So, Dick's inside her. So, Dick's inside her. Who's that handsome ball, blah, 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 the one with the blue eyes? It was John Williams. So, if you scroll back through my videos and you see a bald guy in any of the thumbnails, that is very likely John Williams. Check who I referenced before, who I set up antinatalist advocacy with. Yeah, if you want to check out any of the videos with him, then scroll through my my videos. You'll find some of them. If you type in Lawrence Anton John Williams, a couple should come up from there. Okay, next question. And also, just a reminder, we are fundraising for Family Empowerment Media. Oh,
in this world, and
I'm interrupted by a donation. Thank you so much. We've got, oh Christ, Mike Roch. Thank you very much. Nearly got me with that one. Antinatalist activism can be greatly boosted by cloning you and having a few Lawrence Antons doing the work you do. Would you be ethically opposed to that? Well, thank you for the implicit compliment.
We bring children in this world and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. This one just says great answers, but thank you so much for the donation and the support. And we've just gone past 50% and we are 1 hour, just under 1 hour, 30 minutes in. So we've got to 50%. Remember, all donations are doubled. So that last donation was £20, but it's actually £40 in reality. So you won't get prices like that even at Aldi. So back to my crotch. So yeah, thank you for the implicit compliment. So yeah, I mean, if they write philosophical, I mean, it would be super weird to have clones of me going around. But if I and other people thought it was valuable to have like versions of myself doing stuff like because so if I had a clone of myself, we'd presumably be aligned on stuff, know the same things, have the same approach to things. It would be super useful to have a second me to double my capacity to do work, and we're aligned on the things we want to do. Like if I had a second person working on my channel with me who looked exactly like me, so could record the videos, sounds exactly like me, we could do the research together, this sort of stuff, that would help a lot. Obviously, it would only be okay if they were a philosophical zombie, so they weren't actually sentient, they just operated in a very complex way to be exactly like me. But yeah, interesting question, and thank you for it. So next question from the form is Rene Prashad. I'm not sure if I'm saying your name incorrectly or not, or correctly. But what are your views on religion, and are they related to your understanding of antinatalism? I think different religions are different, obviously. Some religions I like more than others. Some religions I dislike more than others. I'm not a fan of the mainstream religions in the West, or like the mainstream sort of monotheistic religions like Christianity, Islam. More Eastern religions like Buddhism, I have more sympathy for. It's not saying I buy everything they say hook, line, and sinker, but I definitely appreciate them more and give more time to them. And just think they're more in contact with reality, to be honest, and often preach more sensible approaches to life, but not always. But yeah, so my opinion would depend on the religion. Obviously, I don't like religious extremism. I advocate for secularism, so I don't like religions getting involved in laws or politics and stuff like this, even though they are everywhere. And then, is it related to my understanding of antinatalism? I don't really think so. I don't think my views on religion have really been influenced massively by antinatalism. The only thing I guess I would say is that any religion where the problem of evil is an argument against it, because it's not an argument against all religions, but if the argument from evil is an argument against the religion, I think it's strengthened by an antinatalist understanding of the world. And you've got even real life examples of religious communities that embodied that, like the Gnostics. But yeah, I think that's what I have to say on that one. Thank you so much for the question. Ornelius Seeker. Who is Ornelius? So this is a funny one. So basically, there's a guy who I'm not sure how many of my videos he watches, but he watches some of my videos, and he's a valuable viewer and commenter, and leaves very well-informed, structured comments that often give me pushback. It's valuable pushback, so I appreciate it. And he has the username Nomad of Omelas, which I think is a really good username. It's relevant here. For anyone who doesn't know, you've got the short story, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas, and the ones who walk away are the ones who don't accept, the suffering of the one child to fuel their enjoyment in life. So it's often used by like negative utilitarians or antinatalists, or often vegans as well will use it as an analogy for their ethics. And and I just thought the username Nomad of Omelas, as in someone who walks away from Omelas, is a cool name. It's a cool name, but it also has these ethical implications or sort of ethical undertones. And his comments were like very interesting and stuff, and I was in contact with him, and then I spoke to John Williams, who we've been talking about, and I'd forgotten the guy's name, Nomad of Omelas, and so I just put a name in one of my communications with John and called him Ornelius or something like that. I can't remember, or maybe John did this. I can't remember which way round it was. Like one of us completely fucked up his name and called him Ornelius or something like that. And from then on, whenever we've referenced him, and we also went out and had a meal with him, which was very nice, and spoke to him because he was visiting from where he's from. We've always referenced him as Ornelius. So Ornelius isn't his name in real life or as his online name. It was just a fuck up from us, but we continued using the name as sort of like an in-joke. Cool. Okay, let's keep going. And I just want to say again, thank you to everyone who's donated so far. As a reminder, I'm not going to go all the way back through the slides.
We bring children in this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
I was about to say thank you everyone for who's donated, and let's keep the donations going to get to £300, and we've just had one. So this one says, first time donating to this kind of thing. I think it's a great idea. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm glad you were motivated enough for it to be your first time donating to this sort of thing. And congratulations on the 5,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. And thank you for donating and for the message. Cool. Okay, so next one. So this one is from Greames, I'm going to say. So David Boonin's objection in... So this was another thing I meant to say at the start. So some of the questions were really long. I had to try and abbreviate some of them so they would literally just fit on here and not be too insanely small. And I'm pretty sure this was one of them. But I think I condensed it down so that it retained everything that they were asking. So David Boonin's objection in Better to Be, it's a response to David Benatar's Better Never to Have Been. If you'd be interested in reading a more detailed account. Just for people's reference. So Better Never to Have Been obviously is David Benatar's book, his most well-known book, at least for antinatalists. David Boonin did a response to Benatar in a paper. So David Boonin shows that if we accept his argument, David Boonin's argument, so basically what David Boonin says is, obviously, Benatar puts forward an axiological asymmetry, so the absence of pain is good whether or not there's someone there for it to be a benefit, but the absence of pleasure is not bad because no one exists to suffer the deprivation. And what David Boonin says is, he basically says it should be symmetrical. So David Boonin shows that if we accept his argument, it leads us to accepting that procreation is of someone who would live a happy life is permissible, and it wouldn't be immoral to not procreate a person who would otherwise live a happy life. So a couple of things to say on this. So obviously there are a variety of arguments for antinatalism. So this is just addressing Benatar's asymmetry. The consent argument would still apply. The risk argument would still apply. You've still got the misanthropic argument, etc., etc., etc. But yes, so the point here is, couldn't someone just say that, we take a symmetrical axiology? So you say that, if someone never exists and they don't suffer, that is a good thing. But if they never exist and they don't have pleasure, that's a bad thing. That would be the symmetrical view. Or you'd say it's not bad and it's not good. So that would also be symmetrical. There's a couple things to say here. And obviously, I'm not going to address every single thing here because it's on the fly and this isn't the place for it and blah, blah, blah. But a few things to say. So the first thing to say, obviously, is that Benatar's axiological asymmetry has explanatory power. So it explains or Benatar claims it explains some, and I think it does, some very deep moral beliefs that are very commonly held and seem to be very reasonable. And they seem to be explained by the axiological asymmetry Benatar's putting forward. So if you remove that axiological asymmetry and say we should have a symmetrical axiology, then, does it have the same explanatory power? Can it account for these very widely held, seemingly reasonable moral beliefs we have? And Benatar gives 4 examples in the book. Another thing is the consequences. The axiological asymmetry, if you accept it, there are certain moral beliefs or maybe even, moral obligations that maybe come from holding those values. If someone thinks those, and one of them would be antinatalism. So if someone thinks that antinatalism is a ridiculous conclusion, that shows why that value set or that axiology is wrong, or it shouldn't be adopted, then, in my view, they can think that and have some other axiology, but then they've got to accept the consequence of that axiology. And if that axiology leads to maybe someone thinking that, if you don't create someone, that's a bad thing, because it's bad they're not experiencing the pleasure, then this seems like an extremely unintuitive, unreasonable thing to say, because not creating someone, if you were to take that to an extreme, someone could make the argument that, if you're depriving someone of a whole life of pleasure, that, depending on your view on death, this could be as bad as killing someone. Because of the deprivation, you're depriving someone by not creating them, but also killing someone is depriving them of future pleasures, etc. So, obviously, it depends on the nuances of the views you adopt, but adopting a symmetrical axiology, it could lead to having to take positions like that. So, yeah, that is what I would say on that. It's not as simple as just saying, I reject the asymmetry, I'm going to take the symmetrical approach. There are things that are tied to these things, that we need to account for. So, yeah, that's not a perfect response. I was never going to be able to give a perfect response. Maybe it was gibberish. Maybe I've said a load of bollocks. But that's what I've got to say on that one. But thank you so much for the question, Greames. Ralph's. What do you consider to be the best argument against antinatalism, and what is your response to it? So it really kind of depends. So in terms of philanthropic antinatalism, I've never heard any arguments against philanthropic antinatalism that I found at all compelling. So I just can't give an answer for that one. In terms of misanthropic, so basically the impact in the world that will result as you not creating your child, that's when, obviously it's very hard because none of us have a crystal ball, but that's where arguments come in that haven't convinced me but provide me hesitation on making absolute statements about things. So ultimately, there are certain things I know that can happen or will happen as a result of bringing a child into the world, for me creating someone. But there will be other things that maybe I have blind spots to, maybe there are positive things like one of the questions before said, and I'm not appreciating these things. Now, I'm not saying those things supersede or override the philanthropic concerns, but the arguments that have given me the most pause for thought have been misanthropic ones, and essentially they boil down to, I hear what you're saying philanthropically, it is wrong to bring someone into existence in terms of you're harming them by doing that. But what if, doing that, the practical effect of that just fucks up the world so much that it causes more suffering in the long run? That's the flavor of argument. Now, I haven't heard any convincing enough to make me think, I'm going to reverse my position. I'm going to stop advocating for antinatalism, but I can appreciate them more. Whereas the philanthropic ones, I just haven't heard any that I find compelling. And my response to the misanthropic ones would be, well, it depends on the specific one, but often my response is I think those, well, it depends on them. Not all of them will be valid concerns, but the ones that are valid, I would say, I think those are valid concerns. I care about those things, and I'm just going to hold them in tandem with my antinatalism, like a concern for wild animal suffering. It's very possible that these two things are in tension, but I care about both of them, and I'm not willing to sacrifice one for the other. And so I'm just going to care about both of them and do different things in my life to help bolster both, basically. And I don't think that is a perfect response. I don't think there necessarily is a perfect response, but that is the response I give. And yeah, I just try to do the best with the values I have. I care about many things, and and sometimes they're in conflict with each other, and you've got to make trade-offs, and I make the best trade-offs I can, to be honest, and that's all I do. Cool. Okay. Just a reminder for donations, we haven't had a donation for a while, so the next person to send in a donation is going to be a top legend, and thank you in advance. So let's keep the donations coming in so that we can get to £300 by the end of the stream, and get it doubled and send it all off to Family Empowerment Media. And again, if there are any other charities that you think in the future I can do fundraisers for that are related to antinatalism in some way, then please email me about them. Okay, let's keep going. So, which country do you think needs a rise in antinatalist sentiment the most? Well, I mean, I don't know which country has the highest birth rates, but the country with the highest birth rates. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean we should demonize these people. We should have campaigns that, explicitly target specific nationalities or anything like that. But if there are countries that have higher birth rates than others, then it could be valuable to do work in those countries. And that's all I got to say. I don't have specific countries I can shout out. But yeah, I mean, all I would say is two things. Do antinatalist activism, or if you're going to do antinatalist activism, do it in a way that it's accessible to the people in the country you're in, because we need to have it for loads of different cultures and languages. And then also do it online, because then it can be, it can reach people outside your country as well. Cool. Okay, thank you so much for the question. Next question is from Blaine. What is your opinion on the classism and elitism within the antinatalism movement? Brackets, that's people judging about others having children when they're not in the position to prevent to prevent it, I guess, because of a lack of resources and inhumane laws. So, this is just my perception. I haven't seen a rife amount of classism and elitism in the antinatalist world. I'm not saying it isn't there. I just haven't necessarily seen it. Maybe I'm not in the right, places or circles. If that is something people are doing, if people are, giving sort of disproportionate judgment or disproportionate focus to people that are in poverty, for example, or in a war zone, or in a country that has extremely restrictive laws or something like that, then I think aiming blame at the people is the wrong approach to take. Aim your condemnation at the system or the things that
are world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you for the donation. This person is obviously a top legend because they were the next person. And it says, not sure how you got to 5k subs. Must be due to that sexy bald guy, John, you used to have on. I wonder who that donation's from. But thank you for the donation. Whether that's from John or his girlfriend, none of us will know. But thanks so much for the donation. And maybe we'll have to get John on again for all these compliments coming through, although I'm suspicious where they're coming from. But yes, thank you for the donation, and that's got us nearly to 60% of the way through. So, what was I saying? Yeah, aim your efforts towards removing the barriers or combating the barriers that are making it hard for people to not reproduce. That seems like the more sensible approach. Blaming people is probably not going to get you anywhere. It's probably going to make their lives worse. And it's just going to breed resentment and anger inside you, and it's just not healthy for anyone. So, I would say if stuff like that is happening, I think it's not useful. It's not okay to do. We shouldn't be doing it. We should be helping to remove the barriers that are in people's way. So, yes, thank you, Blaine, for the question. Mike, although it is a separate issue from antinatalism, how do you feel that David Benatar? How do you feel that David Benatar is a Zionist? So the way that question comes across is, how do I feel he's a Zionist in terms of how do I think he got to that position, or why do I think he's a Zionist? I think what Mike is meaning to ask is, how do I feel about David Benatar being a Zionist? I'm not entirely sure. In terms of how he got to being a Zionist, and obviously Zionist means different things to different people. You'd have to look. I mean, he's written articles about this and done. I don't think he's done a debate, but he's done an interview about it, I think. I think it was on Brain in a Vat. So if you want his reasons, if he gives them, I can't actually remember if he gives them, but you can look at that sort of stuff. How do I feel about it? I mean, to be honest, I don't think I really feel any specific way. Like, I have lived long enough and been in contact with enough people who put ideas out there to realize that different people have different views on things, and you're not going to align with someone on everything. And so I align with David Benatar on antinatalism, and whether or not I align with him on other things is, I mean, it would be nice if I aligned with him on everything. And I'm not going to like share my specific views on the topic here, because it's just like, it's like not necessary, and there's no point getting into it. But yeah, I don't necessarily need to align with people on everything, whether or not I align with him on this or something else or blah, blah, blah. But I align with people on the things I align with, and don't align with the things on other. Like, yes, obviously, like, I reference Benatar a lot, and he's a big person in the antinatalist world, but we shouldn't, put people on pedestals, even if we really value the stuff they do. So yeah, don't put anyone on a pedestal. One reason being you're not going to agree with them on anything, on everything. Sorry, but yeah, I don't have any sort of particular feelings about David Benatar specifically being whatever his views are on the topic or whatever. So, but thank you for the question, Mike. Zaki, if we accept the two premises as explored above. Sorry, this is another one I abbreviated because it was extremely long. But so if we accept these two premises, so humanity collectively and consensually decides to cease procreating would be a positive, desirable phenomenon according to antinatalism, and B, the conscious experience of non-human sentient animals are not inherently less important than human sentiocentrism. I'm just going to quickly take off my jumper because it's getting a bit warm. How can we be certain that there will be a net decrease in sentient suffering on Earth after we have voluntarily gone extinct as a species? This is why I take some issue with specifically labeling antinatalism as so-called suffering reduction philosophy. The two premises above are the door to the rational perspective that prolonging the human species may be better aligned with reducing negative affective states experienced by sentient beings. So, interestingly, my copy of Suffering Focused Ethics by Magnus Vinding just arrived yesterday. It's just up there on the bookshelf. I can't get it down right now because I'm all plugged in and stuff. But yeah, I'm looking forward to reading that, and that's all about this topic. Or it touches on this specific topic with antinatalism, I'm sure, but it's about suffering-focused ethics generally. Honestly, my main thing to say is that I think, Zaki, what you're doing is confusing antinatalism for negative utilitarianism or suffering, a suffering reduction philosophy. I would say that antinatalism is, and I'm not blaming you for that or anything, because there will be people who sort of mix these two things. But I think antinatalism is a suffering-focused philosophy, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is specifically focused on suffering reduction. Now, maybe, so it depends. I guess it depends on the definition of suffering-focused ethics you're talking about. So, maybe in Magnus Vinding's book, he talks about suffering-focused ethics being specifically, it has to specifically be about suffering being reduced. But with antinatalism, I call it suffering-focused philosophy because it is centered around the presence of suffering in our lives and puts a lot of importance on it. But there's a difference between a philosophy critiquing the imposition of suffering by a moral agent onto another being, a morally relevant individual, and having a general philosophy that has the goal of reducing suffering. Because the way I see antinatalism is it's not as much about suffering reduction as it is suffering prevention. As in, it's preventing a being from suffering by preventing them from ever coming into existence in the first place. So you could have a world where antinatalism reduces suffering and antinatalism increases suffering. And obviously, I would like a world where antinatalism reduces suffering. But to confuse antinatalism for explicitly being about suffering reduction, I think is a slight misunderstanding. Just like how, for example, someone could take a position that they are anti-murder, but but you could have a world where you're against murder, but there's actually slightly more suffering than a world where, we were maybe slightly more accepting of murder, or killing, however you want to put it. So because I think often people's moral critique of murder is not based in an ideology or a philosophy that generally wants a reduction of suffering, but it's the imposition of suffering and death in this case on someone by someone else. And that's the thing that people have more repulsion to. So yes, what you're saying is true. It could be the case that humans widely accept antinatalism, and this does lead to some increase in suffering. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know. It could lead to a reduction in suffering. We don't know how the future is going to go. I don't think antinatalism is going to catch on enough to have that much of an increase, to have that much of an impact. But yes, I think there's a slight confusion between suffering reducing philosophies and suffering focused philosophies, if that makes sense. Hopefully that does make sense, and I haven't just wanked myself up my own ass, but yeah, let's continue. So, thank you for the question, though, Zaki. Ultimate Krieg, if I'm saying that right. What do you think of ethylism? So, I'm actually working, at the moment, I'm not working on any new, right now, I'm not working on any new specific videos because I'm actually focusing on editing some videos that are due to come out soon that have been recorded. So one is the next episode of Antinatalism Around the World, which is going to be very cool. And then the one after that is a video on Abul Ala al-Mari, the vegan antinatalist philosopher, poet from what is modern day Syria 1,000 years ago, which is very cool. So yeah, I'm working on both of those videos, but one of the next videos I'm going to be working on next sort of video essay video is going to be on ethylism, exploring the ideas and seeing what do I agree with, what do I disagree with, all this sort of stuff. So yeah, video coming on that. But generally my thoughts are some of the concerns contained within ethylism I share the concerns of. I don't agree with everything in it, and I'll go over those in the videos. But yeah, I used to use the term ethylism. I tended to use it because I was under the impression that it generally just meant sentiocentric antinatalism. I learned, and I know people do actually use the term in different ways, so that is one tricky thing about it, is that, there's no one sort of definition. But yeah, I stopped using the label because there were some things that I felt were tied to it that were additional to sentiocentric antinatalism that I actually didn't particularly believe in. So I thought I don't need to use the label, so I stopped using the label. And also, some of the characters, associated with the term are very unsavory. So yeah, that was also a consideration. But video coming on it, so stay tuned. But I don't actually know exactly when that video is going to be out, because I haven't even properly started writing the script. It's just sort of research notes for the moment. But thank you for the question, Ultimate Krieg. Cool. And just a reminder, let's keep the donations coming in. We are nearly at 60% of our way to £300. Just a reminder, if you haven't donated yet and you want to have a chance with winning an Antinatalist Social Club t-shirt, then please make a donation and you'll be entered into a random prize draw for that, and it'll be sent out to you free of charge. So let's keep the donations coming in. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. And yeah, let's keep being legends. Let's get to 300. Okay, cool. Right. Next question is by
children in this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. So we are now over 60%. Absolute legends. So this question, so thank you for the donation. It was for £10. So there's potential loss for aligning with political movements due to stigma in both directions, for abortion, women's rights, especially for education, career, and non-reproductive sex and sterilization in the form of LGBT. How is the potential realizable, or is it? So yeah, I get what you mean. So basically, I think what you're saying is there can be two causes that are kind of can be aligned in some way or have shared interests, but that actually if they came together, the stigma from one could bleed into the other and overall could probably lead to a worse potential for advocacy. Yeah, I get that. So I've spoken about this before in the context of veganism and antinatalism. But you're using the example of, like abortion and women's rights and stuff like this. So I think one way around this is just you can find the overlaps in interests, work on those without particularly using the label of either, or just using the label of one that is predominant in that space. So, for example,
we bring children in this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. I will get to you just in a minute. I will just do this first one first. So, what was I saying? Where did I get to? I got to... Yes, so I'll give an example. So people who are pro-choice and people who are antinatalist can align, right? They both want access to at least abortion before a being is considered to have come into existence. So pro-choice people can want abortions for different, periods of time during the pregnancy. But whatever that time span is, it tends to always contain the earlier period when people would generally consider, the being is not sentient and stuff like this. And sentience or consciousness tends to be when antinatalists are, consider a being having come into existence. So they have different views. So antinatalists have this view that abortion before sentience arises is simply preventing a being from coming into existence. So it's fulfilling that negative, or it's adhering to that negative.
World, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. I will get to you in just a second. So they have this view that, that's just fulfilling the negative duty that antinatalism carries, not bringing sentient beings into existence. And pro-choice people have this view of, women should have the right to terminate a pregnancy, and they will have different views about when that is allowed, but usually it always contains that earlier bit. So you've got pro-choice people, pretty much all of them being aligned with this also interest. So they share this interest at the very early stages of gestation, right? At least, the ranges can depend. And so this is somewhere that these two groups who have separate ideas and ultimate goals, but share this specific interest and want to create change based on this. And what an antinatalist could do is work with pro-choice people, because let's be honest, pro-choice people have a much more set up infrastructure and network to deal with these things than antinatalists do. And so what antinatalists can do is go into their network and work on this shared interest and kind of just leave the label of antinatalism behind. Like, you don't need to publicly.
And we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. That is a massive one. We've just had £41.57 come in. They have not put their name, so I won't share who it's from, but thank you so much for that donation. That has just bumped us up to 85% of the way to £300. We're on 256. I have a feeling we're definitely going to get to 300. Thank you so much for that donation. And there was no message, so I just want to say thank you again straight away there, but I'm going to get back to the messages. So, but you're an absolute legend, whoever sent that donation. I from the name you gave, I actually don't know who that is. But whoever that was, you're an extremely top legend, as well as everyone else who's been donating, because there's also been some other good donations come through, like £25 just came through. You're also a top legend. And I do know who that one is from. So an extra top legend. But yeah, so I think people get my point though. So like you know, you can work, people can collaborate on things, specific interests they have, and leave specific labels at the door that are going to get in the way, basically. So yes, I think that's how the potential can be realized. If there are pre-existing structures that can facilitate you working on an issue that you have a common interest in with those people, just go into that structure, work with them, and you don't necessarily have to bring antinatalism with you. Next donation, thank you so much for £25, says, Benatar is not a Zionist. He is simply against the ridiculous pro-Palestine bias in the mainstream media. And as usual, he supports his views through argumentation and not emotion. So, yeah, so this is why I said I didn't know if, different people use the word Zionist for different things. And I couldn't remember exactly what Benatar had said. So I didn't want to speak on specifics, but... yes. So, if people want to learn about what Benatar thinks on other topics, then go to the source material, type in, David Benatar, Israel, Palestine, something like that, and you'll have things come up. But thank you for people sharing their views. Yes. One thing I will say, though, is I don't think people should... Obviously, as antinatalists, we care about other things, including this topic and many other topics. But unless it has a direct line into antinatalism, like I think something like, the right to die, or veganism or something like this, where there's a strong sort of philosophical tie to it, I don't necessarily think we should be bringing these things into our discussions on antinatalism and causing discord in the community over it. Of course, people can, people share that it's a free, I say it's a free internet. There is censorship on the internet, but you get what I mean. People are free to share their opinions and have conversations, but don't let these sorts of things rip, each other apart in the community. Just, accept that people have different views on things. Just like if you're in another community, it's going to piss you off that people aren't antinatalist, but people disagree on stuff. So don't let antinatalism rip other communities apart. Don't let other things rip this community apart. Having said that, it's not much of a community, antinatalism, but you get my vibe. But yes, thank you so much for the donation and for the message. And yes, if people want to find out Benatar's views on other things, go to the source material. The next one was a £5 donation. Thank you so much, saying, were you raised as a warrior against evil? I was not raised as a warrior against evil. I had a very standard upbringing. And I don't consider myself a warrior against evil now. I think it's a joke question, but it's a good one and a funny one. But I hope that everyone considers themselves a warrior against evil and tries to combat bad things in the world. And then we had the legendary £41.57 pence donation from an unknown source, but thank you so much to whoever that was. So we are around 15% of the way from our goal, which is about 45-ish pounds, just under 45-ish pounds, 200-300. I have a sneaky feeling we're going to make it. I'm actually just going to check how many questions we have left. We have a fuckload of questions left, so we are not going to run out. Cool. Okay, back to the questions. Okay, right. Vegan lasagna. I am struggling with the thought of adopting, because what if my adoptive daughter gets pregnant one day? I don't want to force antinatalism onto her, but I also don't want to assist her in reproducing. I'm assuming here she gets pregnant as a teenager and decides she wants to keep the baby. If I adopt her at an older age, she could already be pro-life. So, look, if you adopt someone and they go on to have a biological child, I don't think this is on you. The person you are adopting, obviously you've done a good thing by adopting them. They already exist. And given the extremely pro-natalist bias in the world today, it's very likely that they are going to have children. So if you're an antinatalist and you adopt them, one, you've done a good thing just by helping them out, but two, you've taken someone who is in an extremely pro-natalist world and you're now raising them, and you can inform them about antinatalism. Obviously, you shouldn't be forcing them to do anything, but you can provide them with an informed understanding of antinatalism. And so actually through adopting them, they're probably less likely to reproduce than they would be otherwise. And if they do end up reproducing, it's not on you. You presumably did your best. You told them about antinatalism, and it's not on you. So that's what I would say. I don't think, if you want to adopt and you have the capacity to adopt, go for it. That's a good thing you're doing. You're providing someone with a nurturing environment where they didn't have one before. So I think go for it. And if someone who you adopt ends up having a child, that's just the way it is. It's not on you. And you tried your best, and you did a good thing initially by adopting them. So good on you for wanting to do that as well in the first place. But thank you, Vegan Lasagna, for the question. Daniel Barber, do you believe in an afterlife and a before life? Okay, so I was actually thinking, why didn't I take this one out? Because I've already answered the afterlife bit, but it's a before life as well. No, I don't. I don't know. I've answered the afterlife bit. I don't have a specific belief in the before life either. I actually lean more towards it doesn't exist, the before life, than being neutral, just because with an afterlife, that's after we've died. So that hasn't happened to me. I don't have any form of direct experience that I could be drawing on. Whereas before I was born, as far as I'm aware, I didn't exist. There's no recollection there, all of this sort of stuff. Obviously, that doesn't categorically disprove a before life, but if there was a before life, I would have already experienced it, and I've got no evidence or recollection that I had that. So, afterlife, neutral, I have not been convinced, but I don't say there isn't one. I just remain unconvinced. Before life, I remain unconvinced and err on the side of there probably isn't one. Thank you for the question though, Daniel. Martin, what my question was more, if I donate, would this help families to bring more kids to the world? I want to support existing people only. So I think what Martin's saying here is basically that he wants to donate to make the world a better place, help people, but doesn't want his donations to have the negative externality of facilitating new beings being brought into existence. I have the same concern. I think other people have the same concern. And I think there are a range of things you can do there. So you can support. So if you want to make donations to charities, you can make donations to charities where there's no reasonable basis to think that your donation would cause them to have more children. And you can even make donations to charities where you think there's a reasonable expectation that it will reduce the number of children they have. So for example, Family Empowerment Media, or some other charity that, works on issues that, if benefited, will have seen reductions in birth rates, like infant mortality, trying to reduce infant mortality, stuff like that. Or just providing access to contraception to people, stuff like this. donating to abortion charities, all this sort of stuff. So those are sorts of things you can do, Martin. And I think those won't necessarily result in an increase of beings being brought into existence. So yes, but thank you for the question, Martin. Cool. Let's keep going. Next question. Kartik Kumar Kanzal. So first of all, thank you for submitting a donation, Kartik. So obviously most people watching won't know who Kartik is, but I've met Kartik a couple of times now at Vegan Camp Out in the UK. He comes over and visits the UK and goes to Vegan Camp Out. So we've met a couple of times, and he's come to both antinatalist meetups at the Vegan Camp Out that have been had. So thanks for the question, Kartik, and looking forward to seeing you at next year's Camp Out if you're coming. I presume you are if you've been to the last two. Hopefully you are. So Kartik says, how does it feel to be a eunuch? Joke lol. So yeah, obviously that's in reference to being having a vasectomy, but a eunuch is, I'm pretty sure it's someone where they remove all the genitalia, which obviously I haven't done. But thank you for the banter, Kartik, and hopefully see you at next Camp Out. Anon asks, what do you think about the idea that humanity should keep existing to cause cosmic extinction? Have you watched the debate between George and the pro-extinctionist? So pretty sure they mean George as in carnism debunked here. I did see they had that debate. I think I watched some of it. I don't think I watched all of it. And it was so long ago that I watched the part I did that I've completely forgotten what happened. So I can't comment on that. But what do I think about humanity keeping on going to cause cosmic extinction here? I assume what you mean by cosmic extinction is make sure there's no life in the universe. There's two things here. One, like this would mean that we are causing significant suffering that we know about here now for something that we don't even know if it's possible. Like we don't even know if it's possible for us to do that. In fact, it's probably impossible for us to do that because there are parts of the universe traveling away from us faster than I think we could even travel to get to. And if there's life in those areas of the universe, which we would need to go to and check to know that we have caused cosmic extinction, we can't do that. So I think it's probably impossible for us to do this. And even if it was technically possible, which I think it wasn't, I think it probably isn't, it sounds like a massive pipe dream to me. This assumes that we would be able to even if it's actually physically possible, that we practically would be able to develop the technology, that we'd be able to coordinate. Once we actually get the technology to go throughout the universe, are we coordinated enough to do that? There would be different actors doing different things, different countries or corporations with different interests. Maybe some would want to reduce suffering and cause extinction, but others would probably want to promote life, like Elon Musk and stuff like this. And they seem to be the ones winning at the moment. So, yeah, I think it's, even if it is possible, it's a massive pipe dream. And I think it's just pie in the sky, utopian thinking sort of stuff. So, no, I'm not convinced by that. But thank you so much for the question, Anon. The antinatalist. I'm an antinatalist and want to do some activism. What should I do as I'm in quite a conservative country? So I think there are a bunch of ways you can do stuff, especially given the internet now. The internet is such a good tool. But there's a bunch of stuff you can do now to promote antinatalism, even anonymously. Now, I can't go through all of it here, but I do have a video I'm working on about the different things antinatalists can do to improve the world and different forms of activism and stuff like that. So, yes, that video, I'm working on it. It'll come at some point. But just off the top of my head, obviously you can make an anonymous social media account. I mean, I don't know what country you're in, so this might be quite hard, but stuff like anonymous social media account, and you can promote antinatalism through their anonymous YouTube account. I mean, you can make a YouTube channel like I do, and it can just be anonymous. All sorts of stuff. Anonymous. You could set up a clothing company, do prints, sell them online anonymously. You don't need to put your face on it. You can create antinatalist art, disseminate it anonymously. Antinatalist stickers, put them around your local area anonymously. Create information or films or anything like this. There are so many things you can do anonymously. But I don't know the specific skills you have as well. So it depends on the skills, the culture, access to the things you have. But there are many things people can do anonymously. It just depends what you're suited to. But video coming, and thank you for the question. Next one. This next one is from Anonymous. And is antinatalism the best thing for me to focus my time on in terms of doing activism? It depends. I think there are very worthy other causes you can do. So I know a lot of people who are antinatalist and vegan, but they focus on animal rights activism and not antinatalism, even though they are just as strong an antinatalist. And I think that's completely valid. It could just be that you hold both beliefs just as strongly, but you're more passionate in terms of your interest or your argumentation with one of them, or the community that's based around it, or the type of activism, all this sort of stuff. So I'm not going to make any particular recommendation about... Well, I will say one thing. There are certain causes that you may have an interest in promoting, but aren't as effective. What I would do is look at the things that you're interested in and concerned about, and then prioritize the ones that concern the most victims and are more intense. So don't go down to your local, tennis club and make a donation there for a bursary for children or whatever. If someone does that, I think that's a good thing, but it's very small in terms of the impact and reducing suffering, relatively speaking. So prioritize things that have more victims. It impacts more individuals, humans or not. And the intensity of the suffering or the rights violations or whatever you're concerned with that's going on. So, something like trying to combat factory farming, stuff like this. Obviously, that would be a very good thing to pursue. Massive amount of victims, very intense suffering. So, yeah, you don't necessarily have to work on antinatalism. You can be an antinatalist but do other stuff. I would just say do what you feel like you can have an impact on and you're passionate about, but try and have an effectiveness mindset sort of built into your considerations is what I'd say. But I don't want to say any specific, because I think it's up to you to decide the cause you want to focus on. So I'm not going to try and, tell you what cause to focus on. Next one, far out, I think. Do you believe in antinatalism for artificial intelligence? Yes. So I think the same arguments apply in principle. If sentience can arise, if AIs could at some point suffer, same arguments would apply. Don't bring a being into existence who can suffer. I do think there are two sort of maybe not unique but different considerations with artificial intelligence. The first one is that, and both of these considerations make it worse if it can happen. So the first one is artificial intelligence is, so our capacity to suffer is somewhat limited by our biology. But if we're able to cause digital suffering, it doesn't have the same biological boundaries. So it could be the fact that just like artificial intelligence can be much more intelligent than us, much better at us than in specific tasks like chess or Go or whatever, it could also be the fact that it could have the capacity to suffer in much more extreme ways. That's one consideration, is that if we could create sentient beings in digital form that can suffer, they could suffer to a much higher degree. And then the other thing to say is, if we can create them, again, there's biological limits on us through gestation. So if we want to reproduce, there's a time delay of 9 months, but it varies on the species. With AI, it could just be as simple as copy pasting. So the suffering could be much more intense and could be replicated much quicker. So those are two considerations that may make it worse if it is possible. But in general, yes, I think the same arguments apply. There is some stuff on this. There are some people who have written about antinatalism, artificial intelligence. You've got people like Thomas Metzinger, I think Bartek Chemansky, if I'm getting that right. But yeah, there are people who have written on this, but some of their names escape me at the moment. Thank you for the question, though. Anon, what's the video you enjoyed making the most? I don't know if I can narrow it down to one video, but the type of video I enjoy making the most are the video essays, the ones that I have to do a lot of research for. They are the most time intensive. They're not always the best performing. Some of the videos that take me the longest to do perform the worst, and some of them that take really quick to make perform the best. But I enjoy the research-based videos the most because I find this topic really interesting, especially the history of it and how different people view things and stuff like that. So I really enjoy, weirdly so, I really enjoyed making the video on Russia. I really enjoyed making the recent video I put out on why our lives are worse than we think. I really enjoyed making the video on Marie EU. And what I also like is collaborating with people who help me with the research, because often I'm looking at stuff that isn't in English, so I can't understand it. So I need help from people. So the Almari video I have just recorded and I'm now editing. I had a lot of help from a very valuable person who I can't remember if they want me to say who they are. So if they do, I'll put it in the description of that video, but I won't say now. And I had invaluable help from people on the Marie EU video as well. Yeah, I would say those videos are the ones I enjoy doing the most, because I just really enjoy doing the research. Even though it's very time consuming, I just find it fascinating. Next video, but thank you for the question. Lionel B, what videos you got planned for the future? Oh boy, a whole bunch. Let me go on just me so you don't see too much behind the scenes. And let me have a look at what videos we've got coming up. So we've got the Almari video, the Ephilism video. I got a video, the activism video, like I said. A video on how veganism fits into things. Got a video on why it is not good to make happy people, but make people happy. Had an idea to do a video on existence bias, how antinatalism and war interact with each other, how antinatalism impacts the problem of evil, the demand problem with antinatalism, a bunch of stuff.
And we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. So, this one is £8.31. Thank you so much for the donation. That's nearly got us to 90% of the way to the goal. So, I'm considering going child-free, but my parents strongly believe I should have kids because they've ensured financial stability for me, including providing a house. That's very cool. They argue that my child would have a better life. How do I communicate with them? So when you say you're considering going child-free, some people might interpret that by meaning that you have a child, but you're considering getting rid of your child and being child-free. I think what you mean is adopting the label child-free, presumably. So what obviously I don't know the nuances of all of your situation, but what I would say is to your parents, I would express gratitude. So say, thank you so much for offering financial stability and a house. And honestly, if I was you, I'd take that. If they're offering you a house and financial stability, I don't know if they're offering you that with the expectation that they're going to be able to.
This world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. I will get to you in a second. I don't know if they're providing you or offering this stuff with the expectation that they will be able to control your decisions in some way. That's more tricky then. I I don't know your situation, but I don't think you should allow them to control your situation or whatever. But if they're offering to gift it to you, then fucking take it. But yeah, in terms of the child-free stuff, I would maybe just communicate to them and just say, like, look, I just don't want to have a child. I don't desire that. That is not something I want to have in life. Maybe you could say to them, like, look, maybe I'll change my mind in the future. Who knows? Even if you know you're not going to change your mind, just, chuck them a bone. And yeah, you could just say, like, look, I just don't desire this. There's also the kind of consideration of, like, I don't know where the world is going at the moment. I'm not entirely sure I should be bringing someone here, but I just don't want to. And again, I don't know your personal situation, but, like, look, if that's ultimately what you don't want to do, then your parents should respect that. But yeah, I don't necessarily think it would be tactful dropping the axiological asymmetry on them or something like that. I think just keep it basic and just say, thank you, I accept your offer, if they are actually genuinely offering it and gifting it and not wanting to control you. And just say, like, look, yeah, I just don't want children. The deal is settled. And if they really push, you can also maybe mention these considerations of, like, I'm not entirely sure it's the best thing to do to bring someone into the world and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think that's all you really can do, to be honest. But yeah, apologies I couldn't give, like, more comprehensive sort of guidance or whatever there, but hopefully that gives somewhat people's opinion, some illumination there. If anyone else has any, also, by the way, if anyone else wants to answer any of these questions I'm answering and share their opinions in the chat, I'm sure some people have already, but please put them in the chat. But yeah, if anyone has some solid advice they want to give for, where did it go? Oh, no, sorry, it wasn't one of the questions on here. It was a donation, wasn't it? If anyone wants to give some advice based on that and they feel like they've got some solid advice, please put it in the chat. But thank you so much for the donation, and I hope everything goes well with your parents. And yeah, if you get a free house, then fucking get in there. But thank you so much for the donation as well. The next donation after that, which knocked us over 90%, so thank you so much, absolute jealous. I was about to say absolute jealous. I meant absolute legend. But thank you so much. And they say, all jokes aside, your content is really good. Keep up the good work, Manine. I think that's supposed to say mate. Or that's another joke, which I don't get. But thank you so much. I think I know who that's come from. But yeah, cheers, top lad. And thanks for nudging us ever more to £300. Cool. Okay. So all I'm going to say is we're at just under £25 to £300, the goal of this live stream. The next donation, I mean, obviously any donation could be the final donation, but the next donation could be the final donation if someone wanted to make it to. We're getting in that ballpark. What I will say, obviously, I'm going to go until I finish the questions, which could be a long time because I think we're only about halfway through. But once we get to £300, we don't have to stop there. It's just £300 is what is being matched. If people want to donate over £300, then if we get to £300 and you still want to make donations, ask questions, please keep going. Donate as much as you want. It's just, it won't be matched once it goes past £300, but it will all go to the charity. So keep them rolling in. Lionel, oh no, we answered that one. Azhar Ali. I'm from Pakistan and people here are super religious, plus adoption is banned here. I didn't know adoption was banned anywhere, but that's, oh, why? I'm totally confused about what to do. I can't find the antinatalist community here because it's very rare in Pakistan. 1 in a million people will be antinatalist. Tell me, how will I live my old age without kids? Sorry for my bad English. First of all, your English is not bad, so don't apologize. There's a couple things that, I mean, first is about how to find community. So if you want to find other antinatalists in Pakistan, one thing I would recommend is go on different antinatalist Facebook groups and the Reddit and post and ask if there are people in Pakistan. Try and find people. If you do, maybe exchange emails, phone numbers. You can create like a Signal or a WhatsApp or a Telegram or whatever you think is a safe platform to communicate on, and you can start forming a community or just somewhere that you guys can share in your experience of being antinatalist in Pakistan. If you want to promote antinatalism, which I'm not sure if you're asking how to do that, but again, like I said, there are anonymous ways to do that. I've got a video on that coming at some point. On the point of how to live old age without kids, in different cultures things happen differently, but it's just having kids isn't a guarantee, especially in the modern age, that will even be a benefit to you in your old age. It might even be a handicap in some instances, because my understanding from the data that there is, but I think this was done in America where they have less of a culture of intergenerational looking after each other. But I think it was in America, very few people who had children actually had significant direct help from their children in their old age. And if you do have a child and they don't help you, it can actually be a disadvantage, because you've spent all that money on raising your children that you could have saved to help facilitate your care in your old age. So don't think that having a child is actually a guarantee that you will have help in your old age. So even natalists are in this situation as well. But having said that, obviously, you know, all of us are going to be in a situation where we need care in our old age. So what I would do is try and seek community, even if it isn't an antinatalist community, because then you have friends and a support network. Obviously, there can be private places where, or there can be maybe government funded places where they provide care, but save up is what I would say, that you can, you know, maybe pay for care in your old age. But look, I don't think there is a silver bullet. There's no, there's no, life is not perfect. There will be, there will be times when like we need care and we may be not able to get it. I hope no one watching this or no one ever is in that situation, but some people will be in that situation at some point. I may even be in that situation later. I mean, I'm hoping not. Hopefully I'm going to be able to save up enough and my situation will be such that I don't have to, you know, have a particularly bad time in old age. But unfortunately, I don't have all the answers for this. And I just think you can't do yourself harm by saving up and trying to build a network with other people that you can then rely on in old age, is what I'm saying. But thank you so much for the question, Azar, and I hope you find community in Pakistan. Oof, apologies. Birdie culture. Did you ask why your parents created you? There are answers and reactions to you being AN. So no, I've never asked my parents why they created me. Actually, maybe when I was a kid, I asked why they had me, but it wasn't from an antinatalist. I think I was just genuinely curious. But I can't remember if I did ask them that or not. I haven't asked them recently from an antinatalist perspective. I don't think that would be useful. I think it would just be a bit of a weird, awkward question. So no, I don't think there would be any use in me asking that, to be honest. So I haven't answered it. Their reactions, I think my mum is just kind of disinterested in it, or, you know, doesn't really show any particular reactions. My dad occasionally brings it up, asks how the channel is, and occasionally sort of provides some pushback on points. But it's just not something that really gets brought up in my family, to be honest. And I prefer it like that because it's a point of disagreement, and it's just like, why cause aggro? But thank you so much, Birdie, for the question. Cami, as we move closer to the possibility of creating machine sentience, how do you think society will handle the ethical responsibility of acknowledging and protecting these new forms of life, especially when many people already struggle to recognize and care about animal sentience? People willingly look the other way when it comes to animals that can audibly and visually show their suffering. With machine intelligence, it's even easier to say that the machine just appears sentient even though it's not. This also raises the issue of, if the machine says that it's suffering, how could we know that from ChatGPT saying a similar thing, it's just text on a screen that could appear even from a non-existent large language model, LLM? Or would it even be able to express to us its suffering? Congrats on 5K. First of all, thank you very much. Second of all, I don't have that much faith in humanity. I don't know how it's going to go, obviously. It could be that if artificial sentience could arise and it could suffer, it may take a while for us to even like trust it or realize that. And at the same time, I would not put it past humans to disregard their interests and exploit it. Yeah. The only thing that might be a bit of a saving grace, hopefully, is that because animals were already around us and alongside us, I don't know how to explain this. Like, because with AI or sentient AI, it would be something that we created. Obviously, we create other animals by artificially breeding them, but I mean, like, we created this new life form. It's sort of seen as our baby as humanity, right? And sorry, because in this live stream I'm talking so much, it's like fucking brutal on the throat. Yeah, I don't know how to fully articulate this, but there's some sense I have that there's a possibility that because it's something we've created and it's a new thing that we've created, maybe we'll kind of like see it as our baby. So we'd maybe, even though it's not human, we may sympathize with it a bit more. Just like how, and it would be able to speak English and stuff like this, or just any, other languages that it would be able to communicate with us in ways we fully understand. So that could help us in like empathizing with it a bit more, but I don't have much faith in humanity.
And we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for that donation, absolute legend. And it brings us very close to finishing. We are at over 97% of the way to the goal. Now, and we've just had
children in this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
And we've just had a super chat come in from Martin. So I'll quickly go to Martin first because his is quicker. So Martin says, hey, Lawrence, first of all, thank you for the super chat, Martin, and says, does this go to the fundraiser? Yes, sorry, what are they called? I've completely forgotten what those are called. Super chats. Super chats will go to the fundraiser, but YouTube takes a bigger cut of them, and it takes time to go through YouTube system and come to me. So the money will take longer, but what I'll do is I'll find out a way. I will find out how much the super chats total, and then just add it on to the other donations, give it all to the charity, and then once the super chat money does come through, it will just reimburse what I've added on, if you get what I mean. But yes, all money from the donations, from super chat or through the link, all of it will go to the charity. And actually, Martin, you've just made me realize that we've gone past the 300. So this tracker on the fundraising thing is only taking into account donations that go through the link, but we've had super chats and I completely blanked that they wouldn't be on the tracker. So we've actually gone past the 300. So Well done, everyone. We've reached the 300. Now, obviously, it's massively unsatisfactory to have that at 97%. So we're going to have to get it to 300 on here. But we have officially gone over 300, which is amazing. Thank you, everyone, for donating, because the super chats will make up that extra amount. But yes, absolute legendary work, everyone. We've got to the 300. That's all going to go to the charity. At the 300, we've gone over 300. So 300 will be doubled. It will be 600. Thank you to the generous backers. I don't know if the backers want to be named. I know one of them doesn't. So I'm keeping them anonymous for now. I will speak to them if they want to be named. Then I will name them with a thank you note in the description once the stream is finished. But you know who you are, and thank you so much for being the anonymous backers. What was I saying? But yes, everything will go to Family Empowerment Media. And once I've made the donation, I'll put a screenshot on the community tab, the post tab, so you guys can see. But thank you, Martin. Now, we had a donation of £17.06. And it says, would love for the mental health community to be educated on this and pessimistic philosophy, to be sane in a world of madman. I think that probably should be madmen in itself madness. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, sorry. Thank you so much for that support. Good quote, absolute legendary stuff. And nearly gets us to 300. So I think the next donation will hit that 300 on the fundraiser bar. Now, I'm very quickly going to go and turn down the heating because I am actually like a bit too warm. So I'm going to be back in very quickly, less than 30 seconds. And then we're going to get the next donation. I know we are. And we're going to go through the rest of the questions. So I'll be back in less than 30 seconds. And we are back, and I apologize, I lied. I turned down the heating, but I also got a snack. I had to get something. So I got some Alpro yogurt. I'm assuming, because this is, I'm pretty sure Alpro is in Europe as well. I don't know if it's in America and other places, but I'm assuming people in the UK will know Alpro. Yeah, I don't know if people further afield will know Alpro. But Alpro does some good stuff. Good yogurts. Cool. Vegan yogurts, obviously, if there's people that don't know.
And we raise them
to be
warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. And I was actually wrong. I misread how much more we had to go. So it was actually possible that the next one wouldn't. So we haven't reached 300 yet, but thank you so much for that donation. Hopefully the next one will get to 300.
We bring children in this world
and we raise them to be
warriors against evil.
Thank you so much. That was Sentient Soy Boy with the super chat for $50. So we actually may be getting to £400 now. Keep them coming in, because the more money we can send to Family Empowerment Media, the better. But thank you so much, everyone. So just to go back to the first donation, they say, I'm glad I'm not too late to your stream. Absolutely not. I think we've still got much more to go. I think we're only about halfway through. I mean, I can check. Let me check how many. I can tell you how many more questions we've got. So, fucking hell, now I've got to do maths. We've got about 30 more questions to go, something like that. 30 more questions, something like that. Around 30 more questions to go. Cool. But thank you for that donation. And no, you're definitely not too late. Now to Sentient Soy Boy, top legend with the $50 says, "Hey Lawrence, don't think I've seen you mention anything regarding Philip Mainlander on your channel. Have you read anything by him? Two of his works were translated into English recently, I believe, Philosophy of Redemption and his War Journals." So, I was just checking out because Diagoras the Apostate was using the comment function, which is actually a very cool comment function that people can reply to things. So, okay, so I'm going to have to ashamedly say, obviously I know who Philip Mainlander is. I haven't read any of his stuff. I need to at some point. Like, honestly, if you saw my fucking reading list, you'd cry. There's so much stuff I need to get around to reading. And it's embarrassing. There are people well known in antinatalists, so well known to antinatalists, that I haven't delved into their stuff. And it's just like, I just have such a long reading list. But at some point I will. He is obviously on my radar, and on my reading list, and I will get to him at some point. But yeah, if you have a recommendation on where to start, let me know. I'm assuming it would be Philosophy of Redemption, but yeah, let me know if you have recommendations. But thank you so much for the donation to the fundraiser, and the question. Cool. Next. Hang on. Oh, sorry. The next one is by Cami as well. I was getting confused. Let me just eat. So, next question is from Cami. Oh yeah, that yogurt is so good on the throat. My throat was getting a bit hoarse from talking. Sorry if you guys can hear this. It's probably fucking grim. So, if resurrection from the dead were possible, would you oppose it? Many rich people have had themselves cryogenically frozen in
this world, and
we raise them to be warriors against evil. Thank you so much for the donation. This is from The Horse, or The Horse. Anyway, thank you so much for the donation to the fundraiser. Again, if anyone wants to make that final donation if you make a donation of £5 or more through the link, you will bump the fundraiser tracker to the £300 and we'll have made it on there. I know we've officially already gone over, but come on, someone in the audience has OCD, so that they need to get that above 300. Put your OCD to good work. Cool. The Horse. Thank you for the donation. And they say, what are your thoughts on Ephilism and Gary Amendum? Would you have him on for an interview someday? Thanks for the stream. Love your stuff. Thank you so much. So I've already shared about Ephilism. I won't go over it again, but just briefly, I'm going to do a video of it at some point. It's not going to be this year. It'll be next year, but the year's nearly over. But if you want to know more fleshed out, then please, you can just go back in the stream, find where I'm talking about Ephilism, and
in this world,
you can find it there.
To be warriors against evil.
And The Horse is back at it again. I haven't even finished with the first one, but they're back at it again. Such a noble steed, as if anyone gets that reference. I think it's Noble Steed from Shrek is the reference. Anyway, it's a reference to Shrek. And this one says, may the horse be with you. Thank you so much. Obviously, the horse is always with me. Yes, and then on Gary Amendum, personally, I'm not a fan of the guy. I find him very obtuse, very personally unlikable. I think he treats people like shit a lot of the time. The way he interacts with people is very unlikable and not nice. He's said some immoral and like disgusting stuff in the past that I don't like. I know people go on tirades against him and make it their life's work to hate on him. I'm not going to do that. I don't like the guy, but there's loads of fucking people I don't like. I'm not going to make it my life's work to go against him. But no, I don't like the guy. I disagree with him on many ethical issues. And yeah, I don't like him like personally, like the way he behaves and stuff. Would I have him on for an interview? No, I don't think there'd be any value in that. He has his own platform. He puts his stuff on there. And yeah, I personally, I've got no interest in like really interacting with him or getting him on for an interview. He has made a few videos about me or like reacting to some of my stuff.
In this world, and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
And we've done it. So, absolute legend, that last person. Got us over the 300 mark. We were already over it, obviously, but got us over on the ticker. Put in your OCD to good use. Thank you so much. And I will get to your... and I think that deserves another round of applause. So, yes, I will get to your donation, but I will just finish off with the horse. But thank you so much for doing that. We have officially reached the £300 in every way possible, both in absolute terms and on the tracker. Now, please keep the donations coming in. If you want to, we have reached the target though, but all of the money will be going to Family Empowerment Media. But obviously, all of the matched funds have now happened. So anyway, yeah, the final thing I was just going to say on that was that he's made some videos like responding to stuff I've said and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I've never felt, compelled enough to respond to his stuff. I don't want to give him any airtime. I don't want to give him any attention. I don't think he deserves it in my eyes. And he's often just referred to calling me names, so which I know like is not special treatment. He calls everyone names, but like yeah, I got no love for the guy. So yeah, there we go. But thank you so much for the questions, and thank you so much for the donation to the fundraiser. So, and then the next donation was, I never figured out the interface to use to send questions to the main sequence of questions you're reading from instead of the Streamlabs donations that jump the queue a bit. At the risk of tech supportish question, do tell. So, there are 3 ways that I'm answering questions on this stream. The first is the way that you've done it. So through sending through the link. The second way is through super chats, which I know who's made this donation, but I'm not sharing obviously because you haven't put your name publicly. But I know you've done super chats in the past, so you obviously know how to do that. So those are 2 ways to jump the queue and do live. These pre-submitted ones were through the form. So I made a post on my community tab, which is still there. If you go on my community tab or post tab, scroll down, you'll find it was the post I made celebrating 5,000 subscribers, and there was a post before that, but the most recent one is the post I made celebrating 5,000 subscribers. There's a link to a Google form in that. That was where people were submitting questions. So if you click that link, it literally just opens in your tab, and it's self-explanatory from that point onwards. So right, so yes, rich people cryogenically froze themselves with the hope of bringing themselves back from the dead. It's clear that the person consents to being brought back into existence. But even if we had their pre-death consent, could it still be ethical to ignore their wishes? What about resurrecting a father who dies in an accident to continue his family life? That's an interesting one. These intuitively sound like things you want to honor and bring them back, yet I personally feel it would still be unethical to bring back. Even if you'd like to come back into existence, they won't exist to be upset that we never brought them back. And thus I feel this asymmetry still applies. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I kind of had the same intuition as you. So once someone's dead, they don't exist. So like if I died, and someone happened to freeze my body. Like, if I was defrosted, that seems to me like I would be coming into existence for a second time. So, and given that when I'm dead, I simply don't exist, like, I feel like me coming back into existence, that would just be like redoing the harm. Even if I had pre-existingly given consent, which is interesting. What, maybe I'll have to do a video on this, on like how reanimating the dead, how that interacts with antinatalism, because that's an interesting one. I can't give any definitive answer now. I share the intuition with you though, Cami, that seems like it would just be antinatalism all over again, like basically being born all over again, but you're an adult. An interesting one is resurrecting the father who dies in an accident to continue his life, because then you have someone who has died, but presumably, I know this somewhat doesn't make sense because they don't exist anymore, but they would want to come back into existence. And their whole family would want them to come back into existence because they've very suddenly had their father ripped away from them. That's very interesting. Honestly, I don't know how to answer that. So I'm going to have to think about that a bit more, and maybe I'll make a video about it. But that's super interesting. If anyone has any particular thoughts on that they think could be useful to send me, or if anyone's written about this before, if anyone knows any papers or anything, or videos, please email them to me. My email is in the description of the video, of the live stream. But yeah, maybe I'll do a video on that. That's super interesting. Thanks for that one, Cami. Sorry I couldn't give a full answer now. Dan Gleeblees. That sounds like it's supposed to be a joke name, and I really hope that I haven't offended Dan on this one. But who is the best British antinatalist? I don't think I can say a best, because many of them I know, and I don't want to engage in favoritism, but there are many valuable British antinatalists. I'm not going to give a I'm not gonna give any. I'm not gonna do any favoritism or anything like that. But there were some great British antinatalists. You got the John Williams, Danny Shines of the world. You've got people like A.K. Hunter of the world, who I don't know how active he is anymore, but he's done some antinatalist music. If you want to learn about British antinatalism, me and John did an episode on it. So just type in Lawrence Anton Antinatalism UK or something like that. Or just Antinatalism UK, I think it comes up under. And you'll see all about British antinatalism there. Next question. Drew Peacock, which I think is supposed to be Drew Peacock. Nice one. Do you know Da Way? I don't know if that's supposed to be do you know the way, but it's just said in a funny way, or if WAE is an acronym for something.
We bring children in this world and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. Absolute top legend. So this one says the reanimation question is great. I think it's different though, because a father who you have a duty to care for your children. That's true. That's a very good, that's a very interesting aspect of it, because if you've created someone, you've taken on voluntarily a duty towards that child. Now, obviously, it's not your fault if you die in an accident, or it could be, if there's like extreme negligence, if you're being negligent, if you're being like taking lots of risks, obviously there may be some responsibility there. But yes, that's very true. And obviously, to fulfill duty, sometimes people have to bear suffering, but you chose to take on that duty. So maybe someone could say that, yes, it's a harm for you to come back into existence, but you have to burden that harm because because you've taken on that obligation when you created the child. That's an interesting aspect, Syndicate. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to reveal that, but that's a very apologies for that, but yeah, that's a very that's an interesting aspect of it. So yeah, I'll have to cover that in the video. But yeah, that could then very well mean that in some cases they need to fulfill their duty, and for you to to ensure that they do, you need to help bring them back into existence. That's an interesting one. Thank you for that addition. Cool. Elias, did you study, and what is your work? I think when you say study, I mean like, did I do a degree? Yes, I did a degree in environmental science. And that was a few years ago now. I did a bachelor's degree with a year abroad. The year abroad was in Sweden, which was where I became vegan and antinatalist. And what is your work? I'm not going to reveal like specifically, but I work in education. I work for an education company. Thank you for the question, Elias. Oh, another one from Elias. What are your thoughts on Philip Meinlander, his philosophy of redemption? I actually, we already kind of talked about Philip Meinlander with Sentient Soy Boys super chat. So I haven't read Philip Meinlander yet, so I don't have anything else to add, but I feel I've sort of gone over it a bit with Sentient Soy Boy, but thank you for the question. Another one from Elias. Don't you think it's weird that some antinatalists won't press the red button in theory? Although it is the most effective method to end suffering once and for all, it is highly unlikely that enough people will ever stop having kids so that we will go extinct. A couple of things to say here. So I don't think it's weird that some antinatalists won't press the red button, because I don't think being an antinatalist necessarily commits you to that. Maybe being a negative utilitarian does, but obviously that's different being an antinatalist. I've done a video on this. If you just type in Lawrence Anton red button, I've done a video on why I think antinatalists should stop talking about the red button, but also why I think they're disconnected from each other. And then I had a discussion with Tejas, the cosmic antinatalist, on it. So you can see more of my thoughts there. In terms of it being the most effective method to end suffering once and for all, in our heads it is, but in reality it isn't, it's like saying the most effective way for me to stop everyone having kids is to become the dictator of the world and ban it. But okay, maybe that is, but like, it's not in reality, if you get what I mean. So it's like, I actually don't think it's the most effective method. Well, I don't think there is a method to end all suffering, but like, even if there was that, like, I don't think there is a way to end all suffering. The most effective way to reduce as much suffering as possible isn't going to be a red button. It's not going to exist. It's a pipe dream. And I think the quicker we move on from it in our discourse, the better. Elias again, imagine if there was a vote in the UK to ban couples with genetic diseases from procreation. Would you vote for it? It would be a drastic step, but it would prevent future suffering. They would still be allowed to adopt. I don't think bringing in laws, I don't think bringing in laws banning certain people from procreation, like, how are you going to enforce that? The enforcement would for it to be at all effective, it would have to overstep so many ethical boundaries that I don't think it would be worth it. So I don't think I would support something like that. I think what would be a more sensible approach would be like, everyone gets screened for genetic diseases. They're told about those genetic diseases, and there are constant reminders about, and obviously everyone has access to contraception and the ability to not reproduce. And if people are committing, if people have every available option not to reproduce, they're fully aware of their genetic disease and all of this sort of stuff, and they persist in wanting to reproduce, then they should be made aware that their children, and there should be facility for their children to hold that against them. Although, like, this kind of applies to all procreation as well, so I don't think it just applies to genetic diseases, but that may just be like a confounding variable, that makes it even worse. No, I don't think we should be bringing in these coercive stuff and stuff like that. Cool, but thank you for the question. Tobias, how old are you? 27. Subscriber, are you single? No. Anonymous, if we could guarantee a world where every life had minimal suffering... Sorry. If we could guarantee a world where every life had minimal suffering and abundant well-being, would you still view non-existence as preferable to existence? Yeah, even if we lived in a blissful utopia, there are a couple of reasons why I still would be an antinatalist. The first is, well, it's nuanced. So I would be if we lived in a world where there was no suffering, no harm at all, I would be indifferent as to whether people brought beings into existence or not. Because obviously there's no wrongdoing not bringing them into existence. If you do bring them into existence, no harm done, because there's no harm in this world. Obviously this world isn't real. This is never going to happen. It's a pipe dream. Pure figment of imagination. So I'd be indifferent in theory. In practice, I would actually still be antinatalist, because even though we live in this utopia, utopias don't last forever. Utopias can always fall apart. The technologies, structures, whatever you want that are put in place to facilitate this utopia where there's no harm, things can regress, things can go backwards. And so I wouldn't bring someone into existence, not just... I would go further than the indifference because of the uncertainty, because of the risk that things can go backwards. So it's a practical consideration, not really a philosophical one. But yes, thank you for the question. How do your views align with political parties or movements today? Do you find that your beliefs resonate more with progressive or conservative perspectives? So obviously I'm not going to go through like every topic, because that would take like ages. And political parties, I mean, I think it's better for me to focus on like, do I resonate more with progressive, conservative? Because then like different political parties, like they align with progressive and conservative and stuff. So I would say like I'm a mixture. So some of the opinions I have are extremely progressive, or would be considered by most people extremely progressive. I consider them just normal and rational. Some of them would be considered by people as more conservative. Again, I would just consider them like normal and rational. And some of the views I hold, I would just like, they would just be like more apolitical. So like antinatalism, I don't really think that aligns with any political, like there's no political ideology I think that it like has to fit with. I can understand why it could have a bit more frustration with conservatism, because conservatism is quite pro-family. But I don't think it has to necessarily conflict. Like, I think you can be a conservative and be an antinatalist, just as you can be a progressive and antinatalist. So, yeah. But I would say I'm just like, I've got a mixture. It would depend on the issue. So, yeah, if people wanted to ask about any specific issues, then they can. But, like, I'm not going to go into specific issues now because the question doesn't demand it and it would take ages. Elias, do you believe that the UK has a serious issue with Muslim migrants who don't want to integrate because they oppose British law? So I don't know the statistics on this, but obviously, like any immigrant population that comes in that doesn't want to integrate is going to be an issue. This is just a basic thing with migration. If one group of people migrates into a country with another group of people and they have different value systems, obviously integration is going to happen, so that things go smoothly. I actually don't know what the success rate is for integration with the Muslim community specifically, and how that compares to other immigrant groups. I know there's the perception in the media that they are less successful at integrating, but I actually would have to look at the raw data for that, because I know there's a lot of bullshit in the media, both in the right wing and the left wing media. Because I know, like, I don't want to fall afoul of misinformation and false narratives on the left wing and the right wing, because I know what the left do is they mollycoddle Muslims and say, oh no, like, they're an oppressed minority, and we shouldn't focus on extremism in the community, and anything you say against them is Islamophobia. Like, this stuff is bullshit. You can make valid criticisms of Islam and how Islam is practiced in Muslim communities. Obviously, you shouldn't disparage all Muslims, but so the left can do bullshit on Islam, but also the right can, blaming everything on Muslim immigrants and blaming their whole community for the extremists, and saying all Muslims are a suspect and stuff like this. So both sides have a lot of bullshit on this topic, and I realize that a lot of the information I'm going to get is from biased sources. So I would have to look at the source data, and I don't know what it is. So I'm not going to give like a full answer, because I can't give an informed one, and I feel like giving an uninformed one would be wrong. But what I will say is, like, if they're not integrating, if certain parts aren't integrating, then they should. If you're going to migrate somewhere, then the responsibility is on you to integrate. There's also a responsibility on the local people to be accepting, and the local country's systems to help you integrate. But it takes two to tango. You have to also start learning the language, be accepting of others, live, in a secular way where you're not trying to force your religion on others and stuff like this. But yeah, hopefully that answers the question. Got imaginary unit. Sorry, it's not actually cut off, but it's just a tiny bit cut off at the bottom. Have you considered expanding your coverage to ethical issues that are antinatalist adjacent and approaching them through, I think that's supposed to say, an antinatalist lens? For example, our potential duties and scope thereof with respect to the environment, giving aid, and consuming animals. Chapter 3, 5, and 6 of David Benatar's Practical Ethics might make a good starting point for debate. So, talking of David Benatar's very practical ethics, just behind my bed there where the light is, my copy is there. I've just started reading it. Yeah, I'm not extremely far through it. But I have started reading it and I'm making progress. My plan is to keep antinatalism always as the main topic of the channel, but obviously I will touch on things that are adjacent or align with antinatalism in some way. So I recently did an interview on assisted dying and the right to die with Existential Goof. Obviously veganism is mentioned on my channel, and I plan to do a video on veganism and how I think it should fit in the antinatalist community. And I'm sure I'll touch on other things as well. So the environment, I'm not a fan of talking about antinatalism from the environmental point of view, so I probably won't touch on that. Giving aid, that could be an interesting one. There is actually a video I have an idea for that I haven't started. I haven't recorded or anything like that does touch on giving aid from an antinatalist perspective. So at some point that will be out. Consuming animals, obviously that's relevant to veganism. So yeah, that will be covered and has been covered before. But yes, yeah, if imaginary unit, I know you have my email. So if you have particular topics you think would be interesting to cover and sort of have relevance to antinatalism, then email me, get in contact with me some other way. And let me know your sort of view on that, and what you think, though. Yeah, what you think the topic is that can be touched on, and what your views on it are. Because, I'm open to it. Thank you for the question. Bovine Blue Stocking, have your views on antinatalism changed in any way since you posted your first video in 2020? If so, how and why? I would say I'm just more aware of stuff, and my answers to questions and my understanding has probably become more nuanced. In terms of my view changing, I guess my view has changed on the definition. So I think I would have used to have said, and I know I did used to say, that antinatalism is the view that coming into existence is a harm, and as a result, it's unethical to bring sentient beings into existence. But since doing the definitions panel with Amanda, Matty, the two Davids, although one of them had technical issues, Kareem, since generally doing then, I've actually been more of the view that we actually shouldn't include the section on the part on being a harm to come into existence. Like, I do think it's a harm coming into existence, and that is my main reason for being antinatalist. But I think the definition of antinatalism should be broader and focus on that it's it's immoral to bring sentient beings into existence, and leave open the question of motivation or the reasoning behind it, because different people do have different motivations, and I do consider people with different motivations antinatalist. So I think that's the main way that comes to mind that I can think of. But I'm sure there have been other ways, and there's been developments in the nuance of my understanding and stuff, but not all of it's going to be able to come to mind now. But that's the thing that I can think of now. Thank you for the question, though, Bovine. And Bovine again. Would you accept 5 minutes of the worst torture in exchange for an hour-long interview with David Benatar? So, for anyone that doesn't get the reference, this is in reference to there's some in Better Never to Have Been. I can't remember the exact details, but Benatar basically is trying to show how, like, people generally disvalue pain more than they value pleasure. And he uses the example of, like, would you accept a minute of the worst pains for 5 minutes of the best pleasures or something like that? And usually people say no, because they realize that the pains are so much worse than the pleasures. And this is in reference to that of accepting 5 minutes of the worst torture for a David Benatar interview, implying that a David Benatar interview is one of the best pleasures. Obviously, I've got to say I wouldn't, because I'm not a madman, but it's very close. It's very close. Right, next question. From Anna, which I think this must be Anna's question that she mentioned before. If the entire world adopted antinatalism tomorrow, what policies would you implement to minimize the effects of population collapse and ensure the highest quality of life for presently existing people, given our current reliance on younger generations? That's super interesting. And actually, I had a question. So I've actually been thinking a bit about this exact thing recently, in terms of a discussion I want to have with someone. And I haven't fully fleshed out my thoughts on this, but I think there are a range of things. So there are obviously a bunch of things we can do to improve the quality of people's lives, regardless of whether they're in the final generation or not. So just to give one example, I'm of the opinion that if any drug has any medicinal use, it should be allowed. Well, I'm not even talking about recreational use, but psychedelics, as an example, and cannabis are widely demonized and criminalized around the world. even if you just remove even if you remove recreational use and just focus on the medicinal applications, I think it's criminal that governments block the medicinal use of these substances.
In this world, and
we raise them to be warriors
against evil.
I don't know why I keep saying without evil. It's against evil. Thank you so much for the donation. So we got a £5 donation. Well done for a mature and nuanced comment on the difficult topic of Islamic immigration. I've fallen at times for both a left-wing mollycoddling narrative and a right-wing narrative that drifts towards anti-Muslim bigotry. Exactly, like I, in the past, have fallen for different, narratives on different sides of many different things. And I just don't like being hoodwinked by people who construct, narratives that aren't based in fact. And one of the ones I've been looking into recently is about Muslims in the UK. And look, again, I'm not saying it's not like the Muslim community is perfect. Obviously, there's extremism, but yeah, there's a lot of narratives surrounding them, but also just like many issues generally that seem to not be in contact with actual reality. They seem to be in contact with a perception of reality that some people have, which is based off only seeing certain aspects of reality. But yeah, thank you for the donation. And I'm glad you liked the answer. So yeah, going back to what Anna was saying. So yes, obviously, there are many things that I would support that I think would generally increase the well-being of people, whether or not they're in the final generation. But in terms of the actual final generation, one thing I would do, I don't know. So obviously there would be certain policies that have been put in place that cost money, that are put in place to secure the well-being of future generations. Now that those won't be needed, I would funnel all of that money into buttressing things like elderly care and other things that rely on a steady stream of new people. You know what? I'd really have to go away and think about this more, because it's a really interesting question. And so one of the questions I had for myself, and in a discussion that I want to have with someone in the future, is antinatalists advocate for non-reproduction and, often with the view of human extinction. But they're advocating for something that would, if everyone accepted, logically lead to, or it would practically lead to human extinction. And I was wondering, given antinatalists advocate for that, is there actually more of a burden on us than other people to be the ones coming up with solutions for the issues that will be caused or could be caused by living in the final generation? Now, obviously, I know that if all of us here advocate for antinatalism, and even if all of us convince another person to not have a child, obviously that's going to mean there's less people created than there otherwise would be, but it's going to be a skid mark on the birth rate of humanity, right? Because there's just so many other people having children. So antinatalism in the real world probably is never going to actually lead to any form of human extinction or significant population decline. If population decline does happen, it will be other things that make it happen. But given the fact that we're promoting this, does that mean that there is actually a bit of an onus on us to be thinking about these contingency measures, or these measures to help alleviate the issues that would be caused by declining birth rates or a final no more generations coming into existence? And it's interesting. My intuition is that I think there is a bit of an onus on us to be, thinking about this and trying to come up with suggestions. I know it's not like antinatalists have to actually build all these institutions and have it all ironed out and perfect. But maybe there is an onus on us to actually be having these conversations and thinking, what are the ways that we could be easing the hardships that could be caused by the things we're advocating? Which isn't to say that we shouldn't be advocating for something that may cause some people hardship, because the hardship is caused by them not doing something they shouldn't have been doing anyway. But it's interesting. Like, I do think they're actually, well, I don't know if I go as far as I think I do think that, but my intuition suggests to me that we may have somewhat of an onus. But thank you for the thought-provoking question, Anna, and I'll have to think about it more, ask more people about it. And yeah, thank you for the question. Oh, and the next one's from Anna. What has your experience with having a YouTube channel been like? Has it influenced your personal life? Why did you choose to focus on antinatalism? And do you plan to keep it as the main topic for the channel? Congratulations on 5K subscribers, by the way. Thank you so much. Yes, I plan to keep it. Don't know what that noise was. Yes, I plan to keep it as the focus of the channel. I've enjoyed doing it. I've met very interesting people, very valuable people. And yeah, it's just been very interesting to do the research and run this channel and stuff like that. And it's provided me with certain opportunities to, give interviews and stuff like that. And, that's been really nice and really good. Has it influenced my personal life? I think it's only influenced my personal life to a small degree. Some negative, some positive. The negative sides have been that me doing this has meant certain people in my personal life who, them finding out that I'm an antinatalist, maybe it causes a bit of friction. Then more of them have found out than if I wouldn't have done the YouTube channel. And that's caused a tiny bit of friction, but not enough, for it to be a major sort of thing in my life. So that'd be the negative. The positive would be all the things I've spoken about, but also in my personal life, like people coming up to me, the vast majority of this has been at like vegan events, because obviously there are much more antinatalist vegans, and so it's more likely that if I go to a vegan event, there's antinatalists there and that have seen my channel. So when I go to vegan events, it's not uncommon to get one or two people recognize me, and it's always really nice when they come up and say they like the channel and stuff like that. And that's really cool. And I've gotten to the point now where I kind of not expect it, but I'm not surprised when I go to a vegan event and I have one or two people recognize me. But one cool thing happened the other day, which was I went to an event that was completely unrelated to veganism or antinatalism, just a public event in London. And when I was on the way out, a random person recognized me. And that was really cool, because when I'm at a vegan event, it's not surprising, even though I've got a very small channel. But just out in the wild, in general life, at a random event, that was very cool. So that was positive. That was cool. It was nice, and the person that recognized me, he actually wasn't an antinatalist. He was just interested in the idea, thinking about it, and had been following my channel to learn more about it. So yeah, that was super cool that it was value to him, even though he wasn't an antinatalist. Yeah. So yeah, that was super cool. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Anna, and thank you for the question. RP, how do you typically come out to friends, family, and strangers regarding your antinatalism? Well, to be honest, unless it's really relevant, then usually it depends on the person, but sometimes I just won't bring it up. If I am going to come out to them, then honestly, there isn't like a tried and tested way. It's just, tried and tested the wrong way, but there isn't like one way I do it. it really depends on the person, on the circumstances in which I'm doing it. You know, is there a specific thing that's come up which is relevant to the topic, which is kind of suggesting for me to bring it up, and therefore I'd kind of adjust how I'm talking about it to suit what we're already talking about. So yeah, honestly, I don't feel like I can give a good answer to that. It really depends on the person and the whole situation and stuff like that. But yeah, sorry I can give a proper answer, but thank you for the question. A, do you see yourself as more of a utilitarian, moral emotivist, or something else? So I don't know if everyone would have the same understanding of moral emotivist. So my understanding of that is that a moral emotivist is someone that understands our moral beliefs and pronouncements simply to basically just be like us expressing a like or dislike or an emotional response to something. Not that it actually has any truth value. It's instead of saying like, if you say murder is morally wrong or bad, essentially what that means is you're saying, I really don't like murder. I wish it wouldn't happen. I don't like that. I don't actually like that it's like that, but honestly, the point I've gotten to is my understanding is that at this point in time, I can't understand morality in a different way, because I don't see morality being this objective thing. Like, I don't understand where objective morality would even exist, how it could exist like independent of our minds. And if morality is something that exists within our minds and it's something we express, then the only way that it seems understandable is that we're essentially expressing a dislike for something that we really don't like that it happens. But I don't know what else saying murder is wrong would even mean if that's not what it meant. Because if it would mean anything else, presumably it would have to be appealing to something outside of yourself, and I don't know what that would be to make it wrong in another sense than what I've said. So I don't go around and use the label moral emotivist to identify myself, but that at the moment is how I understand morality to be. That's not saying I like it. That's not saying I want morality to be like that. I just don't. That's just like, if I'm trying to understand reality as honestly as possible, that's how morality comes across to me at the moment. But thank you for the question, A. Anonymous, do you think there could ever be a place for policies that strongly encourage or even mandate sterilization as a means of promoting antinatalist values? Considering how cultural norms and societal values evolve over time, do you think antinatalist ideas that might feel radical today could eventually become more accepted in the future? How would you envision balancing such policies with individual choice and autonomy? I just want to check something. People haven't messaged in the chat for quite a long time, and I want to check it's still functioning. Can someone just message in the chat so that I know it's still functioning? It's fine if people are just kicking back and watching and not putting in the chat. I just want to check there's not a fault with it or something. Cool. So, two answers here. No, I don't think there's a place for policies that mandate sterilization. I think there could be a place for policies that encourage sterilization. Thanks, Syndicate, for letting me know. So, yeah, I think there can be a place for policies that encourage sterilization, but no, not mandating, because I think that would overstep the ethical mark. And then what was the second? Considering how cultural over time, do you think anti-natalist ideas that might feel right? Yes, I think antinatalism is probably going to be permanently relegated to the fringes of society in terms of people that, like, it may become that most people are aware of antinatalism, but in terms of people actually being antinatalists, that's probably always going to be fringe. But it may come slightly closer to the Overton window over time, yeah. And how would you envision balancing such policies with individual choice and autonomy? So if a policy encourages something, I don't think that's going to conflict with someone's bodily autonomy. And I think if it's going to encourage something, it should be providing carrots rather than using sticks. That's a good way of balancing. So it shouldn't be punishing people, but should be rewarding them. And I don't think there should be bans on or mandates and stuff like that. Because I think that does overstep the mark on bodily autonomy. Yeah. So, yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Poppy, you've clearly put a lot of thought into your beliefs. How do you feel? I feel like some of the questions, I'm not showing a lot of thought into the answers, but thank you. How do you feel anti-atheism has shaped your understanding of life's purpose or the way you approach meaning? I actually don't think antinatalism has really shaped much of my views on life's purpose and meaning, because
we bring children in this world and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation from Bovine Blue Stocking. Says, great live stream, Lawrence, Imaginary Unit and I are having a watch party. Thanks for answering our questions. Thank you so much, Bovine and Imaginary Unit, for your questions and your donations. Absolute top legends. What was I saying? Yes, so I'm like an existential nihilist. So I don't think there's any ultimate meaning in the universe. I don't see any good reason to think that the universe is here for a specific purpose. It might be, but I just haven't seen a particular reason so far to think that. So I'm just operating on the understanding that the universe is just here. We are just here in it. I don't know if there was any purpose are coming about. And so I think as a result, I don't think there is any inherent purpose or meaning to life. The only way I think antinatalism has interacted with this is that me becoming antinatalist, and I think this also applies to veganism, it has provided me with a topic that I'm very interested in and want to do work around. And that has provided me with a way of generating meaning in my life. So that's how I would answer the question. I don't think so antinatalism hasn't dictated how I see purpose and meaning, but it has provided me with a source of purpose and meaning, if that makes sense. But thank you for the question. Autisticus spasticus, what a name. Oh my God. What is your ethnic background? My ethnic background? Just white Caucasian British. Or English. So I have done those genetic family tree things, and I had a bit of Welsh, mostly just English from different parts of England. A bit of Welsh. I think I had 1% Norwegian. I might be missing some details, but that's generally white English basically. Thank you for the question. Jamie Prins. Hi, I love what you do and congratulations on reaching 5,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. If you're going to be forced into life, it's obviously better to join the developed world rather than the developing, not really world, as I genuinely believe some parts of the world will always be cursed while others thrive. Looking at you, SEA. Does that mean Southeast Asia? My question for you is, should such smart, conscious and aware beings like you or me, thank you for the compliment, but I don't consider myself, particularly smarter or conscious or aware than many other people, but should we end our... So they're saying, should such men like you and their lives as in our lives voluntarily if they really dislike living in a developed world and their window of escape is far, far away and seemingly impossible to achieve in a very hopeless situation. Keep in mind, while suffering exists everywhere, smarter people always suffer more in developing countries rather than their developed nation counterparts. Thanks. Sending love from Bangladesh. Hope you do a video on this hellhole someday, or not. Well, slightly depressing question. No, obviously I'm not advocating for anyone to end their lives. Obviously I understand that ending your life can be rational in some circumstances. This is why I support stuff like the right to die. You know, if your life is pure suffering and there's no prospect of it stopping ever, you know, especially if you're like terminally ill, stuff like this, everyone's heard the points before. So I'm generally a supporter in like right to die, assisted dying in that way. But I'm not going to advocate for any specific individuals or groups of people to end their lives. I think it's better to find ways to change your life in such a way, or change the environment around you such that you want to continue living it. But in terms of like smarter people being in a predicament in like more impoverished countries, yes, I can understand that. Like there will be many people, not just in impoverished countries, but many people around the world in suboptimal situations that can't achieve their potential, and that's really sad. I don't think the way is for ending lives en masse. I think if you did that and you are one of the smarter people that can help, then that's actually going to make the situation worse, and also you've just ended your own life. So I would empathize with your situation. Like, it sounds like a shit situation, but if you're one of the people who is smarter and has a capacity to actually change things, and if you're someone submitting a question like this, you're obviously conscious of this sort of stuff, then what I'd do is put your effort into trying to make the world a better place for the people around you, but also other animals. But obviously you're passionate about like presumably Bangladesh and like countries that aren't as economically developed. So yeah, this is what I would do. Connect with other antinatalists and people who are, concerned about this sort of stuff in your area. Organize and start trying to make the world a better place is what I would do. And hopefully I think that would make your life feel more meaningful and more worth continuing, because you would have some real substance in your life and feel like you're doing something to make the world a better place and benefiting others. It's very widely reported by many people that living in service to others, not to a toxic extent, but having a core feature of your life being trying to make others, trying to benefit others, it really brings meaning and benefit to your life as well. But thank you for the question, Jamie Prinz. Thomas, what's your view on nihilism? It seems to me almost all antinatalists would classify themselves as one, as they see life as meaningless, suffering more than anything else. So I've already referenced nihilism. So there's at least two forms of nihilism: moral nihilism, existential nihilism. So my view on moral nihilism is that it's silly. And I don't think most antinatalists are moral nihilists. Because if you're an antinatalist, you obviously care about something enough to get to the point where you're an antinatalist. So, it almost contradicts moral nihilism. Existential nihilism, I am an existential nihilist. I wouldn't be surprised if it's very common for antinatalists to be existential nihilists. And yeah, that's my view on that. Fucking hell. Cami, what do you make of the commonly held view that humanity as a whole has generally been on some grand moral progression? The longer we exist, the better we become. Abolition of slavery, minority rights, progression of technology to help reduce suffering. These are common talking points natalists use to suggest that if we just keep pushing forward, a better future awaits us. So this is sort of like the Steven Pinker sort of argument. So there have actually been people that have argued against Steven Pinker. So Steven, this idea of like moral progress over time, things getting better, blah, blah, blah. So my understanding of the criticisms against these sorts of positions is that, yes, whilst some parts of the world are getting better in some ways, like affording more rights to more groups of people, the number of people suffering or individuals suffering, including animals, has actually gotten much worse. So there's the illusion of progress, but actually it's masking a much worse situation, because there's many more sentient beings that are having suffering inflicted on them that humans are responsible for, at least. So one example people give, and I don't know the exact numbers on this, but one example people give is that, the world is getting better because less percentage of people are in absolute poverty. But then the pushback is, well, less percentage are, but the population is much bigger. So the absolute number of people in absolute poverty is actually larger. I don't know the exact figures on that. That might not be true anymore. It might be true still. I'm not sure. But that's the sort of type of pushback, right? So that's one way you can question this idea of progress. Obviously, moral progress can go backwards. We can see this in different revolutions of different countries. Yeah, like, even if this idea of moral progress is true, and I think to an extent it is, that doesn't mean it's secure and it can't go backwards, and that it hasn't gone backwards in some places. And I would also just say it masks the fact that, like, we're still really not very moral. And we're still deeply flawed as beings, in our psychology and in many of the things we do. And this idea of moral progress, whilst there can be truth to it, it can often make us complacent and mask very bad things about humanity and the things we do, particularly, regarding animals. And then a final thing I would say is, like, the fact that natalists use this to push this idea of a better future. Yes, obviously it's better to create a better future for the people who do exist and will exist independent of our actions, but that's not a reason to create people, because the only reason we need this progress is to alleviate the issues that are caused by bringing people into existence in the first place. So, yeah, but thank you for your question, Cami. Next question, and I'm just going to quickly check how many we have left, because I think we're relatively near the end. Yeah, we only have about 12 left. So if anyone's wanting to chuck in any more final donations, I know we've gone past the match target, but if there are any more donations people want to send in, and it will all go to Family Empowerment Media, please do so. So this is an anonymous question. So, if non-existence is more desirable than existence, why not commit suicide, omnicide? I'm not telling you to do so. Just wondering what is stopping you from taking that step. So, I think this is a question specifically to me, rather than the general point. So, the antinatalist position is not necessarily that non-existence is desirable over existence. It's that never coming into existence is preferable to coming into existence. But that doesn't mean that once you exist, it's preferable to die, right? Now, some people do think that, pro-mortalists think that, but that's not the antinatalist position. And you'd have to get into, like, I've done a video on it. You have to get into the nuances of all the, it depends on the motivation and all this sort of stuff. But I can give my reason why I haven't killed myself and don't go around trying to kill as many beings as possible. One is that I respect the bodily autonomy, people's the interests that individuals have. Like, I think it's better that if they never came into existence. But that doesn't mean, just because I think it was better that they never came into existence, that I'm going to give myself the absolute authority to choose how their life goes and when it ends once they're here, and that I go around and, like, kill people in their sleep or go around killing animals. Like, once you come into existence, you have an interest in continuing to live. I'm going to respect that. It's your life. I own my life. I'm going to let you own your life. And you can make your own decisions. I'm not gonna go and try and kill people and restrict them in some way. Yeah, I value consent. One of the reasons I'm an antinatalist is because people can't consent to coming into existence. If you value consent, you're not going to kill people without their consent, or kill anyone without their consent. Consent isn't an absolute. It's not an absolute thing to appeal to. There are times when you can violate consent, but to kill someone when they haven't given consent, you'd have to have extremely good reasons for doing that, and I don't think I have good reasons for doing that. Even if I think never coming into existence is better than coming into existence, that's not a good reason to then say that I have the authority to override someone's consent once they're here and kill them. So yeah, I kind of feel like the question comes from a misunderstanding, and I also feel like the onus is kind of on the questioner to provide a reason why you would feel like you have the authority to go and end the lives of others. But thank you for the question nonetheless. Alex, what are your thoughts on eugenics? So obviously negative eugenics, not a fan of this, the eugenics of, like things that have happened in the past, selectively controlling, which races can breed and stuff like this. This is not good stuff. But if eugenics is just to mean that we discourage certain types of reproduction over others, so obviously I discourage all reproduction, but there are certain types of reproduction that I would even strongly discourage. So like if someone knows that they carry a genetic disease and they're going to pass it on to someone, like I would say that's an additional reason. If someone wants to call that eugenics, then fine. If like screening fetuses for diseases, and then if you see they have a disease and you can terminate the pregnancy before they become sentient, if that's counted as eugenics, then fine. That is a form, or that is a thing that I think could be sensible to introduce. But yeah, the term eugenics is obviously associated with all the negative stuff. So I don't like all the negative stuff it's associated with. I don't support, but there could be positive things that could fall under that term, which could be sensible, and actually most people would probably support. So there's my thoughts. Thanks for the question, Alex. Joseph, what do you think of the fact that antinatalism tends to be so focused on the philanthropic arguments, as they are often called? I think they are more central since they apply to every possible sentient being. But since most people conflate antinatalism and anthropocentric antinatalism, I'm surprised the antinatalist community seems to almost avoid the misanthropic arguments. When discussing with someone in the Western world, I think it's easier to convince them that their future child will cause significant, inevitable harm to others than to convince them that their own child will suffer significantly. Do you agree with this assessment, and what do you think explains the philanthropic focus? So I think the philanthropic focus is probably explained just by the fact that people connect with them more. Like, I see the validity of the misanthropic arguments, but I think the misanthropic arguments can often be more complicated, and they are more open to having to back them up with empirics. Whereas the philanthropic arguments, I think they probably just connect with people more emotionally, just being seen as fundamentally wrong, and you don't have to rely on empirics to convey your point. Another thing I'd say is that yes, maybe certain people in, as you say, a Western environment, if they feel they're able to give their life, if we accept for the sake of argument, they rightly perceive themselves as being able to give their children a better life, and their children will be causing more harm, then yeah, it might make sense to deploy the misanthropic arguments over the philanthropic ones. It depends on the person you're talking to. But if you get a vibe from someone and assess that they would probably be more receptive to the misanthropic arguments, then use those. My main concerns are the philanthropic ones, but look, if someone's not born, then like they don't like the reason they're not born is not insanely important, because they're not born. That's the main thing that counts. But in terms of the reasons why there's the focus on philanthropic arguments, it's probably what I said. People have more of an emotional connection and they don't rely on empirics, which can get into murky waters, and you have to chuck statistics backwards and forwards and stuff like that. But thank you for the question, Joseph. I'm just saying we're coming up to we're coming up to 4 hours. Fuck. No wonder so my brain is slowing and my voice is getting fucked because we're coming up to 4 hours. This might be coming up to one of the longest streams I've ever done. So apologies if my answers to these questions aren't as in-depth and coherent as at the start, but I am a human being. Next question, Asya and Barsik. What are your 5 favorite foods? I really like a smoothie. I really like pancakes are really good. There's a vegan sort of seaside pie, seafood pie, which if anyone knows Bosch, the cooking people, they do their seaside pie. That's really fucking good. Sometimes, well, I haven't had it recently, but when I used to live with family, my mum used to sometimes make that, and that's really good. Risotto, I really like. And stuff with aubergine. I really like aubergine. There might be, don't hold me to those things. There might be other things that are insanely good and I love, but those are 5 like really good things I like that came to mind. Thank you for the question. Ask you and Bartik again, can you complete this poem and somehow make it related to antinatalism? Roses are red, violets are blue. I will never procreate and neither should you. That's a good one. There we go. Roses are red, violets are blue. I will never procreate and neither should you. There we go. Next Valentine, I'm expecting everyone to be sending each other cards with that in. HP, what is or are your favorite books? So I would say the books that I look back on with the most fondness of reading. I would say Better Never to Have Been. Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari. I might be missing some, but I think those are the 2 that come to mind that I sort of really liked. I'm very much looking forward to Benatar's new book. I'm very much looking forward to Nexus, Yuval Noah Harari's new book, which I've also got. I'm very much looking forward to reading Magnus's book, Suffering Focused Ethics. But yeah, those are the ones that come to mind. Yeah, thank you so much for the question. HP again, what is your favorite animal and why? So pigs, I would say, are my favorite animal. I've always said pigs. I just, so, I mean, sometimes they can get like very old and fat and ugly, but like, look, some humans are really old and fat and ugly, and I don't hold it against them. Yeah, I don't know why pigs. I just find them very. I just love the fact that like. Obviously, a lot of pigs are, traumatized, so they don't like being around people, or they just have different personalities. But a lot of pigs really like belly rubs, and I just fucking love giving pigs belly rubs. So yeah, that's probably the main reason. But they're just, they're very cool, affectionate beings. If they've formed a bond with you, obviously, if you're walking and you see a pig and they don't want to be around you, don't expect them to want to be around you. It's like humans. If you just saw a random human and went up to them and tried to rub their belly, they'd be like, "What the fuck you doing?" and call the police. But if you've formed a bond,
children in this world and we raise them to be warriors against evil.
Thank you so much for the donation. I was just going to say, yeah, but if you formed a bond with someone, then they can be very loving and like pigs. Thank you for the donation. Are you driving a motorcycle? If not, why not? No, I don't have a motorcycle. I don't drive a motorcycle. No particular reason. I don't drive because I live in London. There's not much point in me driving. I will learn to drive at some point. But even if I drove now, I wouldn't use a motorcycle because I just don't like how exposed I would be on it. Yeah. I've never ridden one, so I can't give a particularly informed answer, but just my general feeling towards it. I got nothing against people that ride motorcycles. They can often look very cool, but yeah, they just don't seem to for me. Yeah, I don't have any specific reason. But thank you for the donation, going straight to Family Empowerment Media, and thank you for the question. Another one from HB. What's the scariest thing you've experienced, or what is your worst fear? I don't know what the scariest thing I've experienced is. I can't think. I can think of scary things that like, I've been scared of, but I can't think of what the scariest one would be. Nothing particularly jumps out. In terms of what my worst fear is, I don't know if this would be my worst fear, but something that I just hate the idea of is I hate the idea of really deep water below me that you can't see into, and the idea that there's a shark there. Like, I know obviously in practice we're more of a danger to sharks than sharks are to us, and it's very rare for sharks attacks to happen. But I don't know if it was that I saw Jaws when I was younger or something like that, but like I just hate the idea of being in really deep water and there being a shark there. I would fucking freak out. But yeah, thanks for the question, HP. Another one from HP. What is your favorite historical event, person, region to learn about? World War II I find very interesting. The Vikings I find very interesting. I just find history very interesting generally. I listen to, if anyone listens to the Ancients podcast, that's a history podcast that I've been getting into recently. I also watch like some history stuff on YouTube. I've recently been really getting into archaeology YouTube. That's been really interesting with people like Mini Minuteman. What's his real name? Milo Rossi. And Flint Dibble and people like that. They sort of straddle the line of like combating pseudoscience and pseudo-archaeology and putting forward like legitimate archaeology and really, really cool stuff about history. I've really been getting into that sort of stuff recently. But yeah, and I really love history films. Thank you so much, HP. Another one from HP. Do you have any pets? No, I don't have any companion animals. And I don't plan to have any in the near future, but in the sort of future generally. I may, given the circumstances, adopt an animal. Angela, what I actually think this, from memory, this might be the last question. No, it's not. It's not the last question. There's a couple more. So, Angela, what's the most immoral act someone can do? I mean, who knows? I mean, there's maybe things that are so immoral that we haven't even, like, there may be technologies we could develop in the future that, we don't even know about now, can't even conceive of, that if we use them would be so immoral. That would be the most immoral. But, I can't even conceive of, like, torturing someone and torturing their family in front of them and sexually abusing them and then burning them or some shit like, shit like that. Yeah, but I don't know what the most immoral act would be. Or and what would make it more immoral is bringing them into existence specifically to do that. So I think that would make it even more immoral. Chadi Sayed, What do you think of the argument that we need humans and especially vegans to reproduce because only human vegans can remove the suffering of the billions of factory farmed animals? Well, obviously, the first thing to say is the only reason factory farms exist is because humans exist. So, yeah. So, I mean, there's a range of things to say on this. I've said them before in other videos. But yeah, obviously, if you create someone, even if you're vegan, they may not be vegan. So then they'll be probably contributing to factory farming. Even if you create someone and they're vegan, they're simply not contributing to factory farming. Who says they're going to be an activist? They may want to just live their own lives. So instead of creating someone and hoping they're going to do the good work, you could just use the time and energy and money that you would have put into creating and raising them into doing the work yourself. And you know you will do the work rather than creating someone, putting all that time, energy and resources into them, and they may not even do it. And it's like, should we be creating someone to be a foot soldier in a social justice issue? That seems immoral to me. And if you really want to, you can adopt someone, give them a good life, and encourage them to fight against factory farming. So there's a few considerations for you. And Wahid, and I think this is the last question. And I'm apologies that I'm slowing down. And I really need the toilet. First of all, I want to express how much of a fan I am of your channel and the content you create. Thank you so much, Wahid. I'm from India and just turned 18, and I have a deep admiration for antinatalism. I've watched your interviews with Amanda, Karim, Fernando, Matti, Lenny, and others, and they have truly opened my eyes. I've even started discussing these topics with my friends and my sister, despite them thinking I might be a bit out there. I promise you that once I land a job, my top priority will be to donate to your fundraisers and other antinatalist causes. Thank you so much. There will be future fundraisers, don't you worry. My question is, how do you view the recent rise of the 4B movement in America post-elections, especially since it emerged from South Korea from an antinatalist perspective? So for anyone that doesn't know, the 4B movement is, and I'm not particularly well informed on it, but the 4B movement was a movement that started in South Korea. I think B is supposed to represent the word no, so it's the 4 no's, and it's a movement that women do in South Korea. And it's no sex, no marriage, no dating, and no something else. No reproduction, I think it is, or something like that. But basically, the reason antinatalists are interested in it is because one of the things that the 4B movement does is they refuse to procreate. So the 4B movement is a female movement, as far as I'm aware, started in South Africa, and it's become more popular in America since the election because some liberal progressive women have said since Trump has been elected, I think the vibe is two things. One, we're not going to have kids because we don't like a world with Trump, and so we're not going to bring a kid into that. But also, because men voted, basically they're saying men caused Trump to get into office, and therefore we're going to punish men by not having their kids, not having sex with them, blah, blah, all this sort of stuff. I'm not actually sure if it's accurate to say men. Maybe I'm misrepresenting them. I'm not sure it's even accurate to say men caused Trump to get into office. Even if men voted for Trump more than women did. I mean, obviously women played a part, so there's no massive point really gendering this. But my general thoughts: if someone doesn't want to have sex for political reasons, whatever, it's their body. I don't think that's the healthiest reason to I mean, obviously it does, that doesn't seem antinatalism to me. It's more like a feminist thing. It doesn't seem like the healthiest thing to do to me. I don't understand why you would deprive yourself of having a sexual life and dating and having relationships and stuff like this because Trump is in office. I don't see how. It just seems like this is going to create more of a divide between the sexes. So if these women are saying men have been bad, so I'm not going to give them X, Y, Z, like, it seems like them doing that is just going to cause more of a divide. It's just going to cause, like, think of the men that can't get laid and find partners, incels. Do they seem particularly agreeable? No. So it's like creating more men. Not that women owe men any of this stuff. That's not what I'm saying. But if these specific women are like willfully not engaging in this stuff with men purposefully against their own interests, then this just seems like it's only going to lead to unhealthy outcomes, like more incels and more division and more bitter women, because they're going to be like, Trump is in office and now I've got to maintain my values, I've got to not have sex and stuff like this. And it's like, no, you don't. You can protest in other ways. That doesn't mean you have to sacrifice all these intimate parts of your life. So to me, for We Movement, if people want to do this, then it is a valid form of protest. It is a valid way of spending your time. I don't think it's the healthiest way. There's probably better ways you can do it that without sacrificing all those things in your life. But yeah, I'm not the most informed person on this, so maybe that's not the most satisfying answer. But the positive outcome of it is that there may be less kids being brought into the world, but it doesn't seem like the best. It doesn't seem like the best thing surrounding it. Cool. And that was it. So those were all of the questions submitted via the form. We reached the £300. I actually think we went over £400, to be honest. What I'm going to do is, once the stream is finished, I'm going to look at everything, see how much money we actually raised. And yeah, thank you for everyone's questions. Thank you to everyone who donated. Everyone who donated is an absolute legend. Remember, someone is going to be picked at random to get a t-shirt. But thank you to everyone who asked questions. Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you to the private donors who are matching the £300. You're all absolute legends.
We bring children in this world,
and we've got a final one coming in.
To be warriors against evil.
We've got a £2 donation coming in. If anyone else wants to get any more donations in to go to Family Empowerment Media, get them in ASAP. And this one says, thanks, Lawrence. You did a great job with the fundraiser. I'm so glad to have you in the antinatalist community. You are really doing high quality work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate that people, I'm glad that people are appreciating my work and it's received well. Yeah. Thank you so much. You can see, now we've been going for over 4 hours now. Fuck me. Thank you to everyone who donated. It's been amazing. I am going to go now, eat something, lie down, go to the toilet. In due course, I will be letting you know how much we raised when I've calculated it all, and then donating it to Family Empowerment Media. You're all legends. Thank you so much. And I will catch everyone in the next one. And yeah, there will be more fundraisers. I don't know when the next one will be, what charity it'll be on, but there will be another one at some point next year. But you're all top legends. Thank you for donating, and I will see you all in the next one. Good work, everyone. See you later.